Karter won in the Players' Championship in a decider. Trump's most recent win over Karter, the Turkish Masters last year, which of course he went on to win. Packed house once again here in Wuhan. The crowds have been great all week. Zheng Weili, big moment for him as well, officiating this final.
And his opponent, 24 ranking titles, 2019 World Championship winner, 2023 New England Open champion, the ace in the pack, Judd.
A big introduction for Judd Trump, and well merited. What a roll of form he's on at the moment, having won the English Open in Brentwood in Essex last week. And we wondered how he'd rock up here in Wuhan with the jet lag and everything that goes with the travelling over to China with such a short turnaround. Well, here he is in the final. He has answered those questions emphatically. It's been in great form. That is the trophy that they're playing for, along with that £140,000 first prize. It's Judd Trump against Ali Karter for the Wuhan Open Snooker title, the 5th ranking event of this new season. 10 frames is the magic number to be crowned champion. 9 in this session. And Judd Trump will get us underway. Slight delay, not quite sure why, but I'm sure we'll be underway very shortly.
Thank you. First frame, Judd Trump to break.
We're ready to go. Terrific crowd, great atmosphere, and a great day snooker ahead of us, Fergal O'Brien.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, really looking forward to it. 2 proven winners, more or less playing at the peak of their game.
Well, for Ali Karter, it's been a pretty dramatic return to form, having fallen out of the top 16 for a while. Well and truly back in it now, after winning his first ranking title in 7 years at the German Masters season. Beat Tom Ford in the final at the Templedrum in Berlin. Made the Players' Championship final, where he lost to Murphy. Semi-finalist in Leicester at the WST Classic, so he amassed a very sizable number of points, which have got him back in the game's elite again. Well, that's a lovely opening red from Trump, and that's, I think, an area of his game that maybe went missing a bit last season when he didn't win a ranking title, but is back this season at his best, so deadly from long range. And back in the winner's enclosure after his triumph last week for his 2nd English Open title. It had been 19 months since he won a ranking event. Of course, he won the Masters last season, but
8.
he just seems to have that old confidence back again.
Yeah, you think Ali slightly has the tactical advantage. It'll just be interesting today to see, is his safety good enough to nullify the threat of Judd's long potting? Both players played very well yesterday in their semi-finals, scored a lot heavier than maybe they had been in previous matches. I definitely think a new cloth going on 50 after the quarterfinals contributed to that. Table definitely looks to be more responsive.
Judd Trump spoiled the birthday party for 20-year-old Wu Yize. His all-round game was outstanding, couple of centuries. Once again, the long potting was very reliable, and he punished his opponent's mistakes. Wu, of course, was playing in his first ever ranking semi-final, a big occasion for him, and ultimately he was overwhelmed by the excellence of Trump. And it was equally emphatic, really, as Fergal has alluded to, for Ali Karter against Liu Haoshan, the man who, of course, had knocked out RonnieO'Sullivan in the previous round. Big upset. And won easily, really, 5-1. But Karter came through from 2-all at the interval after a very scrappy fourth frame with 4 big breaks for a 6-2 win. So both players feeling great coming into this final.
$38. $39.
Having a great angle on the black there.
46.
Tried to generate some power. Would have been hoping for something a little bit easier than this. Desperate to try and pot something to continue the break. Of course, yesterday started with a century. He'd love to do that again today.
Judd, 46.
So the break ends at 46. Plenty there, though, for Karter. Karter at 44 years of age, the older man by 10 years. First term pro in 1996. Judd Trump appearing in his 40th ranking final and going for his 25th title, which would tie him up with Mark Williams, who won the British Open a couple of weeks ago and opted not to play here in Wuhan. Understandably, given that I think he was mentally spent after winning that title and then rocking up at the English Open. But for Trump, I think he's running off pure adrenaline and enjoyment right now. Back in the winner's enclosure. And just wants to keep playing while he's performing as well as he is. That tends to render irrelevant any feelings of fatigue. He can relax a bit after today's final, and he'll hope he'll be doing it with the trophy in his hand. But he's going to have a tough battle to make it happen.
Judd the last week or so, he's looked very at ease, not just with his game, but also with himself. Of course, it's a lot easier to feel good about yourself when you're getting results. But definitely a lot more confidence in his game. Last year, you got a sense of frustration from him that he just wasn't playing as well as he would have liked. And also was unsure why he wasn't playing as well as he would have liked. So he addressed that during the summer. Put a lot of work in. And again, the first term of the season, even in Germany, he got to the final. So already he's had the 3 finals. And to win back-to-back tournaments, obviously very difficult. Made more difficult if you then have to travel from the UK to China to do it. And if he was to win, again, give him another massive boost for the rest of the season.
He's also looking to make back-to-back successes in ranking events here in China, having won the last time we were here in a ranking event, the World Open, way back in 2019, before the pandemic prevented snooker in Asia. Beat Tepchiranu for that title. His 5th ranking event success in China.
couldn't play that red as a shot to nothing. In trying to pot it, he'd have almost certainly hit one of the two reds on the left-hand side. He's played a bit thicker, trying to guarantee his safety. These kind of exchanges are going to be critical during the match. Both attacking players, both heavy scorers when they're in. It just makes the safety play even more important. Certainly more fearful when you're playing Judd. If you have left a long pot, you certainly expect Judd to pot it. There's some long pots that Judd would go for that Ali would refuse, and rather try and play a percentage and play a good safety. Has left choice of shot to nothings. There's the one beside the pink, and also even the one just behind, which is a little bit thinner.
For my money, Trump is the best in the business at potting balls like that. The thin clips from the balk area into the corner pockets. He gets such a high percentage of shots like that. Could be a frame winner.
Yeah, quite telling as well the way he played it. Not just that he went for it, but he played out of pace to play position for the green. Whereas normally, a lot of time he'd play a lot harder. He put a lot more emphasis on the pot, which is a sign of his confidence, rather than the safety aspect. Both great players, you probably expect it will be very close. However, you do feel if one player was going to potentially run away with it, I think you think it's more likely for Judd to do it with his game and also his confidence at the moment. He will have to work hard for those chances.
He made that point himself after his victory over Wu Yizi yesterday, that in playing Karter, he likened him to Barry Hawkins insofar as you've got to earn everything you get on the table. Nothing's going to be given to you. Karter's such a solid all-round performer.
21.
And has been scoring heavily recently and getting back into the top 16. He made the equal high break this week of 145 with Aaron Hill. The acknowledgement that this frame is done, barring snookers, but Judd Trump will be looking to keep Karter in his chair for the rest of this frame. And it's been a very positive start. Got in with the long red. And at his second scoring visit, has finished the job.
$36. 37.
Both players proven winners. Going to be relishing playing today. There's no danger of either player going into their shell or feeling uncomfortable. It will be just a case of
44.
of the long day, who plays the best.
$51.
He's looking very sharp again. He was wowing the crowd yesterday. Penultimate frame of the match, he was potting the final few colours without moving his feet. Left, right-handed, you name it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Crowd, of course, love that. And Judd has spoken about the fact that he likes to be loved, likes to entertain, likes having the crowd on his side. And I would say, with the exception of O'Sullivan, of course, probably the most popular player amongst the crowds, certainly to watch.
67.
Really a sense of anticipation when the frame is won. You feel he will play some amazing shots, exhibition shots.
$72.
Not quite enough there to add to his season tally of 30 centuries already, but what a start from Judd Trump. A break of 72 after the initial 46. Ali Karter breaks off in frame 2 of a possible 19. It's the Wuhan Open snooker final. Judd Trump monopolising the table in the opening frame. Breaks of 46 and 72. Got in with a great long red, and then another good red from distance, clipped into the right corner pocket. He looks sharp, picking up where he left off against Wu Yize yesterday. That tally of 30 centuries already this season is pretty impressive, isn't it? His nearest rival, Mark Williams, not here, of course, has made 21. 931 now for Trump's career. Only John Higgins and, of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan ahead of him in the all-time list. And Trump turned pro 13 years after those class of 92 greats. But as mentioned, Carter's been scoring very heavily of late.
Yeah, over the course of a season, you'd probably be looking to find 10 players really that'll have more than 30 centuries. So to have already done it in mid-October is phenomenal. Again, if he keeps at that rate, he might have over 100 centuries again, which of course only him and Neil Robertson have done, which is a phenomenal achievement.
Oh, that's a lovely pot. Really good. That's a real confidence booster early in the final to knock one in like that.
Yeah, even though it's very early in the final, there would have been a bit of pressure on that. Would have been fearful if he missed of letting Judd in again.
Karter has made 3 centuries this week, but more significantly than that, he's been taking out frames in one visit on a regular basis, as he did against Liu Haoshan in the semi-finals. Both of these players riding high in the one-year ranking list. Judd Trump has overtaken Mark Williams this week at the top of the tree. Ali Karter is up to 4th place in that regard, having already bagged 63,000 points for getting to the final. If he wins today, he'll be up to 2nd place. And of course, that has big positive implications with the World Grand Prix Players' Championship and the Tour Championship in mind.
15. Nancy.
played that well, managed to play it slow enough, more or less in perfect position now on the black to stun up to the pack. Just let the white get away. Needs to be a little bit lower on the white. Stun up.
27.
Just glance the red as opposed to full ball contact. He'd be a little bit frustrated there from where he was. He's in more or less an ideal position. He'll know when he gets these chances in amongst them the importance of trying to win the frame in one visit.
Well, he started this break with a terrific long red, and here's another one to keep it going, right in the centre of the pocket.
Yeah, another time he might have been tempted just to settle for a good safety shot. But probably feels these chances he's got to maximise. It's a fine line between being positive and aggressive and not being reckless and careless. It's a fine line you might have to walk throughout the day. Doesn't want to be seen to take a backward step against Judd. Again, has a very good record against Judd, beaten him many times.
Yes, they're no stranger to big-time meetings either. Judd Trump beat Karter for the World Grand Prix final back in 2019. That was a 10-6 win for Trump, but of course they also met in the World Championship in round 2 back in 2012. That was quite a spiky affair. Karter coming from 3 down with 4 to play to win it. So well used to facing each other on the big occasion, none bigger than the lucrative final here in China.
This time going into the pack a little bit lower on the white than he would have liked. I was looking to stun, end up screwing off slightly. Just looking at this plant. See what have to be made. Cutting this red back into the middle. Just really focus just totally on potting it.
47.
It just had to focus on potting it and let the white run its natural course. And you can see that little raise of the hand there. Obviously, feels he's a little bit fortunate. He's on this yellow with an angle to get back down. It's a great game. Ali all round, great match player. Lovely cue action. Again, with Ali, always feel the key for him playing his best is his temperament. Probably been his Achilles heel too many times over the years. He's got frustrated and reacted to things that were generally out of his control.
This is a tester, not straightforward, mid-range red, frame still not won. And it goes though.
Yeah, as soon as he struck the white, he was up and on the move. And again, when he's playing well, Ali, I said the other day, not quite the Sean Murphy stomp, but definitely a bounce going around the table. The last year or so back working with Chris Henry, and that's certainly something they've been working on, is Ali's temperament, trying to be a little bit more calm. And again, when he is calm and focused like this, he's a handful for anyone. Could win any tournament.
He's certainly got happy memories of playing in China. He won the Shanghai Masters back in 2010 and the World Open in Yushan in 2016 when he beat Joe Perry 10-8. And that was his most recent ranking triumph before he lifted the trophy at the Templedrum in Berlin last season. It was a long time coming, but all the sweeter for that. And this has been some break. The initial red to get in, and then another great long red to stay in. And now
63.
just needs this red to clinch the frame. Precisely the response Karter would have looked for after Trump dominated the first frame. And what a start to this final.
Yeah, it's set up beautifully, this final. Both players top of their game, full of confidence.
71.
Not a kind of match you'd be able to fudge your way over the line. You're going to have to play very well. Maximise any chance you get.
One visit snooker has been the order of the day for these two this week.
8.
And more of the same at the start of the title match.
It's been noticeable as well this week. Hasn't been any mention at all about the conditions. Tables are obviously playing lovely, particularly now they have the new cloth from the semi-finals. Whereas in Shanghai,
88.
usually that time of year can be quite humid, and players were have to talk about having to adapt to the conditions. That hasn't been the case here, and I think we've seen that in the standard of play and certainly in the break building.
$95.
Terrific stuff. Century number 4 of the week for Karter. 389 for his career.
93.
Closing in on becoming just the 17th player in professional snooker history to make 400 or more centuries. He's missed the yellow, but it doesn't matter. The damage well and truly done. What a break that was. Brilliant opening red to get in. Another one to keep the break going. Ali Karter appearing in his 12th ranking snooker final. A superb break of 103 to level the Wuhan Open final at 1-all. Another 7 frames in this opening session. So someone's going to be in front going into the evening session finale. Karter, remember, just edging the head-to-head 5-4. Most recently the Players' Championship last season, which he won in a decider, 6-5 on his way to the final, where he lost to Sean Murphy. Judd Trump's most recent victory was in the Turkish Masters last year. Trump won 5-3 in the quarters on his way to lifting the title, which of course was his most recent ranking event success before he struck again at the English Open last week. And that is another great long pot. Both players have got their eye in early in this final, which is shaping up to be something special.
Trump won.
Yeah, it's part of the challenge of the day for excuse me, for Ali. Had to play a really good safety shot there to not leave Judd a pot. He did leave the pot. Judd got it. Probably a little bit unfortunate he didn't get on colour. I said, when you're playing a safety shot against somebody of Judd's calibre, just put you under that extra bit of pressure. Trying to be perfect, you nearly end up, you're more likely to leave it short. It's just an uneasy feeling. There's plenty of long shots the majority of players wouldn't even go for. Not only does Judd go for them, he gets a very high percentage of them. Over the years, Judd safety game and tactical knowledge has improved greatly. However, first and foremost, he's an attacking player, wants to get in and score.
And with the way these two are scoring in this tournament and their ability to take out frames in one visit, the tactical side of things is going to be absolutely pivotal to the outcome, you would think. Who can create more chances with the quality of their safety.
I'll be looking to try and leave the white over on the right hand side of the table. Makes the safety shot getting back down to balk a lot harder. It needs to avoid the colours. Eventually got over that side of the table, but as you can see, Judd has his hand on the table. You couldn't rule out he'd have a go at those two reds he's eyeing up on the right hand side. And again, if he was tight on the cushion, he wouldn't be going for these. It went very close. Again, it's effortless power for Judd to get the white ball back.
Unfortunately for him, the red he's attempted has come back up the table into a potable position, so Karter has an opportunity.
One.
Karter came into this tournament ranked at 11 in the world. Of course, he's a former world number 2, which he achieved back in 2010. But if he wins today, he'll be in the top 8.
Six. Seven.
In a lovely position now. Be anxious to get the red that's blocking the black into the other pocket out of the way.
$14. 15.
And apart from when he's playing his best, walking briskly around the table, also plays
22.
very positive, very decisive.
$23.
And playing like that can often get into a rhythm and rattle off frames with big breaks himself. Certainly seems to be relishing the challenge of playing the man of the moment.
Set. $31.
He said yesterday after his win over Wuhan that his life is in a good place right now. His career has been well and truly rejuvenated by the consistency of his results from last season and the positive start he's made to this season as well. He's got the Champion of Champions to look forward to. Mentioned the Players Series events for the best players on the one-year list, top 32, top 16, and this season the top 12 for the Tour Championship. And with the money he's earning, he's going to be pretty much guaranteed to be in all of those tournaments if he wins today, Tour Championship included. So it just takes the pressure off.
Yeah, he didn't play for this red, played for the red that's directly above the black. Again, played it very well. Again, there was a time that kind of careless position of play from Ali would have really annoyed him and maybe carried over into his next shot. That certainly hasn't been the case this week. And when he's this calm, this focused,
44.
exceptional player.
His one major scare was against Stuart Bingham, his fellow Essex cewist. He was 4-1 up against Karter, but
45.
the captain was able to reel off 4 frames, and he hasn't looked back since. Beat Liam Highfield, the man who knocked out Neil Robertson 5-1. Last season's player of the season, Mark Allen, 5-2, and then yesterday, Wuhan 6-2.
52.
Oh, but that red has gone astray. Out of the blue, really. He was going so well. Frame not won, 51. His advantage, but still bags of points there for Trump.
Yeah, before the red even got to the pocket, you could hear the sigh from him. Yeah, we've just been talking about his temperament and how good it's been. Certainly a miss like that will test it. Particularly if Judd was to go on and win the frame from this visit. Very Very hard to forget about those kind of mistakes. And Judd will be aware of that. He'll know the significance. If he could step in here and win this frame, of course, by no means a certainty to do that.
A big let off for Karter.
Yeah, it'll be much easier for Ali to forget that missed red when you don't get punished.
.43, Ali Karter's lead. Still 75 on the table.
Yeah, looking at the red to the left corner. He putted one of these in the last frame and swung it around the angles. But of course, where he'd be leaving the white would leave the red beside the yellow. Yeah, it was so much more difficult playing that shot because you knew the consequences if you missed it. It was a difficult pot. Probably the wrong choice, you would have to say. Percentage shot was to just play even a dump shot. As I said, make sure that Judd just couldn't come to the table. Again, he can either play the pot if he wanted or just glue Ali in behind the yellow. Those little marginal calls as a snooker player are very difficult, particularly when you're playing an opponent of this caliber. You want to be positive. You want to try and take the game to your opponent, but also there are times you need to be patient. That extra little bit of discipline. Again, we could only be talking about maybe 5 or 6 shots during the best of 19, but that could be the deciding factor. He's desperate there to try and come off the side cushion and work his way down, but looks to be too close to the yellow to do that. Ideally, he'd love to get on the red that's closest to the left corner pocket.
Karter's taking his time because he's acutely aware that even though he's got this 40+ point lead, if he leaves Trump a chance from this shot, then that could be rendered academic.
Yeah, probably has to go very close to the brown to to work his way around the angles.
Foul and a miss.
Yeah, the brown's actually slightly in the way. I think if the brown was on its spot, he'd be able to take the path that the brown is in the way of and come the other side of the green. That's just working out. Can he get to there and then get past the, again there, looking to see when he hits that cushion, getting past the blue. Again, difficult to judge the angle, particularly the more pace you play it with, that will slightly change the angle. Again, just show the importance of Judd when playing that. If he has prevented Ali from hitting the side cushion first.
Zheng Weili is our referee, just making sure the cue ball is exactly where it was before the initial foul.
Yeah, and even going the other way, the brown is in the way as well.
Foul and a miss.
Yeah, pink first.
Judge Trump 6.
Well, this could be fun. This is going back. Goodness me. A wry smile from Ali Karter. Good luck, Zheng. Nothing goes for Trump, so back they go. Any referee's nightmare.
Yeah, and it's actually important that it goes back exactly where it was, because you could see the way Ali was literally sitting on the table, the cue up in the air. That's how difficult it was. When he first looked at the shot, Ali coming off the side cushion, it looked like he was just going to play a swerve as such, but when he went to play it, he said he still tried to play a swerve, but you could see how awkward it was sitting on the table. So again, it's important that white ball goes back exactly there. Could take a while though, to be fair.
Wang Wei is assisting Zheng Weili in trying to get these balls back where they were. All sorts missed or were moved with that foul just now.
Yeah, step by step, ball by ball process, get every ball perfect. But yeah, obviously the white ball is going to be the most important. Ali taking this opportunity to have another look around. Is there any other way you can go about it? Yeah, the white needs to be on the other side of the yellow. Looks to be a little bit harder this time. I thought he'd a fraction more. But anyway, playing a different shot. Thank God.
Pretty efficiently done there by Zheng Weili, though. Minimum of fuss. Take 3.
Yeah, I don't think the angle is there for playing all the way around. To lie on the red, close to the corner. And then, of course, because he's so close to yellow. Nearly impossible to be with the long extension, bridging over the yellow, trying to come off top cushion, side cushion, and come at the red the other way. Even the hidden hope is difficult to try and generate the power. Okay, he's desperate to try and hit that red in the left corner.
Foul and a miss.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, this. Karter's healthy lead gradually being eroded by the difficulty of escaping this snooker unscathed. That's the key, isn't it? It's not hitting a red. There's plenty of those that he can hit, but it's hitting one and not leaving Trump in with a frame stealing chance.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, where the brown is, that shot he's trying to play, that he'd love to play, it's not there. And the other option isn't too appealing either, to be fair to him. Yeah, might just settle for a bit of a hit and hope after all, I think.
Yes, this time success in hitting the red, but this was always the problem for Karter, not leaving Trump a chance, which he has done. And there's nothing safe, so this is a very good opportunity for Judd Trump.
One.
Wasn't that escape? It was very difficult to get out of it that caused the problem. It was the previous shot when Ali decided to go for that red, a risky red. And I said if he missed it, he was always going to walk himself into trouble with the red and yellow being so close together.
6. Seven.
Yes, Trump is behind, but he's now favourite to win this frame.
Possible Ali decided to go for that risky red, again as a byproduct of being earlier on in the frame when he was on 52, missed a red from point blank range. Sometimes what had happened earlier on in a frame can influence your decision making.
And he was queuing so well at that stage. Brilliant century in the second frame, two great long reds involved in that century. And got in nicely
22.
early in this one. The red came out of the blue, and that was where the problem started for Ali Karter. So Trump into the lead. Golden chance to move back in front.
29.
And losing a frame like this would test any player's temperament. It's still very early on in the final, of course.
So
But you just don't want to lose any frames that you should have won. You know, there's going to be spells where Judd is going to win frames quickly and maybe in one visit. You have to expect that he's a top player. He's going to have his spells in the match. But it's those other frames that you should have won
36.
that really hurt.
So one good positional shot, black to yellow, and it should be Trump's frame. Just needs yellow and green.
$46. $49.
25 the difference, 22 there, so it's just one snooker.
Judd Trump, 49.
There was no heroics on the green that time. Judd just made sure the pot. Of course, only needs one snooker, Ali, and certainly when the black and pink are on their spots. Quite a big target. That target, of course, still there, even potting the brown.
Ali Karter 4.
This is actually quite a good opportunity for snooker here to get ideally a white behind the black. Just a little bit short. Just a gentle swerve for Judd.
That doesn't help his cause. Black now glued to the top cushion. Can Trump slot this blue in for 2-1? A dramatic third frame. Ali Karter was in first on a break of 52. Mr. Red to the left corner and then found himself in a fiendish snooker. And when he eventually got out of it, he'd left Trump the chance to steal the frame, which he has. The first interval coming up at the end of this frame. 10 is the target to be crowned champion and collect that first prize of £140,000. Total of 9 frames in this first session. Karter leads the head-to-head 5-4. Judd Trump has an early opportunity. Bit of movement in the crowd, bit of noise. So Trump just taking a moment to compose himself. He'd be delighted to have won that third frame. A tough one for Karter to lose. And still movement and noise in the arena.
现场的观众请保持安静。One.
Yeah, bad frame for Ali to lose. Then, of course, he just compounded it with such a bad break-off, given Judd such an easy starter.
Five.
Black doesn't go into the right corner. You see Judd coming across there just to see where he can leave the white. Could potentially try and play a cannon on the red, get away from the black, but hit it very well. Just to trace the left-hand side off the cushion, just to widen the angle to make that cannon.
Judd Trump will always have a close affinity to China because this is where his professional story started, really. 2011, he won the China Open to announce himself as an exceptional talent, having struggled initially to make the breakthrough as a professional when he turned pro in 2005. But he's never looked back, really. Went all the way to the world final after winning that title a couple of weeks later. And now chasing a 25th ranking title to go joint 5th in the all-time list alongside the great Mark Williams.
22.
Is he on the pink, though? Would appear not.
We know Judd can play shots with his left hand, but be a big ass trying to bridge over with his right hand to try and pot that black. That helps if there's a bit of a gap. They didn't totally commit to position of play. It was so difficult.
29.
There's a potential for this red into the right corner, and again swing the white ball around the angles.
Judd Trump, 29.
He tried to play it as a shot to nothing. Obviously, the only red he could leave was the one he went for, and a bit unfortunate that came round and kiss and leave such an easy start for Ali.
And relief for Karter that the break-off that left Trump the chance to the right centre pocket has not proved expensive. And this is a big frame for him because it would have hurt to have lost that previous frame. He was well on top of it. He was in good rhythm and then missed the red. Things went wrong from there.
He'll be hoping to be a bit more accurate than he was with that extension. The chair is a fairly big target. But again, just a little sign, a little bit frustrated. And again, you feel this is an important visit and frame just to get back.
One. Three.
That couldn't have landed much more awkwardly, right onto the red.
Just trying to take an extra second or two to compose himself.
Awkward enough to miss.
Karter, 3.
Judd playing it off the jaw there, trying to play it as a shot to nothing.
This is another tester. Yeah, that wasn't easy. It's not the kind of shot you want when you're still grappling with the disappointment of the way in which you lost frame 3 and then running out of position just now.
Yeah, definitely feeling a little bit of frustration and showing a little piece that he hasn't during the week, to be fair. Again, very early in the final, but it's an important little passage of play here, you feel, coming up if Judd can win this frame. And again, apart from just on the scoreboard having a 3-1 lead. Well, he probably might need every minute of those 15 just to calm down, regroup as best you can, just forget about it. Obviously, Judd still has a bit of work to do, but I know myself from playing Ali over the years, you're hoping at some point that he will get a little bit frustrated. Like every player, when he is a little bit frustrated and angry,
17.
that mindset and mentality is not conducive to playing your best stuff. This is where having somebody in your corner during the interval wouldn't necessarily have to be a coach. It can just be a friend or just somebody to talk to, somebody to vent your anger with. So when you come back out after the interval, that's all forgotten about.
Well, Karter did talk about the good team that he's got around him, some of which are out there. Oh, that's gone wrong for Trump, though.
Trump, 24.
I was just about to say that the 15-minute interval could be very important just for Karter to regroup, but he's been given a reprieve. Plenty of nerves and tension about. Understandably, this is a big day for both players, big prize at the end of it. And now it's Karter with the chance to dish out some punishment when it was looking as though Trump was moving into a 3-1 advantage at the interval. Just 49 behind, still plenty of reds there. One awkward one at the moment on the left side cushion, but at the very least it's a chance to get back into the frame.
Yeah, you wouldn't really call this a scrappy frame as such. Both players have had chances, but you feel during the day, whoever wins these frames when both players have had chances, whoever wins the majority of those frames will win the match. Ali just came down to have a look, see the red beside the pink. Does it go into the middle pocket? Doesn't go into the right corner. And if it doesn't go into the middle, might be tempted to play a little gentle cannon on it. Again, obviously, took his focus away from the blue. Just be a little bit concerned with the position of play. And again, that miss will only just add to his frustration.
A few errors on both sides in this frame, but another great chance for Trump to now kill it off.
Yeah, but if you win the frame, you soon forget those mistakes.
Just this red and a colour, and Trump will have taken a 3-1 lead. He's not been at his best so far. Started very well in the opening frame. Was able to pinch the third after Karter made a half century and missed the red. And both players have looked a little vulnerable in this frame, but it looks as though Trump is going to emerge with a 3-1 lead. But the beauty of a final like this over 2 sessions, 19 frames, that there's plenty of time for all sorts of ebbs and flows. Just the early exchanges. Judd Trump will tell you, having come back from the brink of defeat in both the semi-final and the final of the English Open last week. So a long way to go in this one. How about that for a pot? Hugged the rail all the way to the pocket. Oh, this will be some pot. Ali Karter concedes the frame, and Judd Trump has had the better of the early exchanges in this first ever. As Judd Trump prepares to break off in frame 5. Judd Trump getting us back underway then. This is their 10th meeting, remember. Karter leads 5-4. Their second meeting in a final. Trump winning their only previous title match, the World Grand Prix in 2019, 10-6. Karter winning most recently at the Players' Championship last season on his way to the final, 6-5.
Good safety shot there from Ali. Had to hit the reds quite thick to avoid the red on the left-hand side, but got enough pace on it. Come off the cushion, got a little bit of cover behind the green. Anything short there would have left Judd that long red. Again, we've been talking about Ali's temperament, and it's been excellent this week. But again, what has happened in the last 2 frames will certainly test that. The 15-minute interval was important. It gives him every chance to deal with it, accept it, and then come out with a clear mind.
Yes, and there's plenty of room to manoeuvre, because this is the first to 10, not the first to 5 or 6, although he won't be thrilled with that one. Remember, he was 3 down with 4 to play against Stuart Bingham this week and came through with a 4-frame burst. But Trump with the chance to get back in straight after the interval. Oh, but he's missed. That was a surprise.
Yeah, and missing, very fortunate to get away with that. And little things like that can add to the frustration as well. Not for a second you want to be thinking it's not your day. You can easily start feeling a little bit sorry for yourself, predicting problems.
Very difficult sometimes, isn't it, with this game, to have a glass half full outlook. And if you were taking a more positive view, you'd be saying, well, Trump could have made a big break in the event. It's still 0-0 in this frame, rather than he could have left me in.
Yeah,
both of which are true.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a lot easier to have that clear, logical thinking in the commentary box than when you're out playing. But that's exactly what is required.
Great pot.
Yeah, had to get it as it turned out. I think he thought in potting it, he'd avoid the other reds and was playing it as a shot to nothing. I think if he was convinced he was going to hit other reds, he wouldn't have played it. And just taking his time, might be tempted with the blue. It's a difficult pot. Again, if he misses, he's leaving his opponent in.
This is a big shot. Excellent. There was a lot riding on that, given the way this final has gone so far. Had he missed, he was leaving the world for Trump, but he's got it right in the heart of the pocket. So 2 outstanding pots from Karter to get himself in his bid to do some damage and close the gap to 1 frame.
Yeah, they're very good signs actually from Ali there. Assessed the table.
7.
Decided to go for the blue, fully committed to it, and struck it very well. Yeah, fair play.
Just confessed a foul on himself, touching the red.
Yeah.
Excellent sportsmanship acknowledged by Trump, but further frustration for Karter, having done quite superbly to engineer that opportunity.
Yeah, because I didn't, and certainly the referee didn't either, see that. And again, instinctively, as soon as he made contact, he was up to notify the referee. Take it for granted in snooker, but it's still not that common in other sports.
1.
Again, there'd be no consolation to him if Judd went on and made a break. Again, after putting that great blue There was an opportunity he had created. I don't think I'll be expecting any gifts from Judd either. Judd, I'd be delighted, obviously, to be 3-1 up. Hasn't played his very best. Probably just say he's made less mistakes than Ali. Probably been a little bit more clinical. And as the final goes on, particularly if you have a lead, more likely to find his groove.
Thirteen. 14. touch.
Judd, a prolific winner. We feel as the final goes on,
Touch.
inside of the winning line, he's more likely to sprint over it. He's not going to start missing regularly and come back to Ali. Ali's going to have to play a better calibre of snooker in all departments to come back.
Well, this certainly has been a test of Karter's patience so far this final. First missing the red in frame 3 when he was looking good to lead 2-1. They're missing the blue in the 4th frame before the interval, which allowed Trump in for a 3-1 lead, and then having knocked in such a good long red and an even more impressive blue, which carried a lot of
34.
pressure, knowing that he was leaving Trump in. If he missed, he got it. Only to then inadvertently touch a red under his body as he was queuing for that pink. Immediately owned up to it. Trump tapping the table in acknowledgement of the great sportsmanship, but now looking to really rub salt into Karter's wound and pull 4-1 clear.
$42. 43. 50. 51.
50 ahead, puts us back 57. We just need one more red and colour. Looks to have landed straight on the black. This was a result just settled for rolling it in. And if he just rolls this red in, not only would he
58.
pot it be 58 ahead, obviously should be perfect on the black.
Judd, 58.
Break of 58, but not over the winning line.
Yeah, played it with an element of safety, that if he did miss it, he had a cover behind the black, but always makes the pot just a little bit more difficult. You're playing with a little bit more pace. It requires it to be a little bit more accurate.
.57 Trump's lead. Still 67 on the table.
Foul, and I miss. Ali got a 4.
Judd trying to just swerve around, make contact on that red closest to the black. Again, misjudged the swerve, the reaction of the white. Have to aim a little bit further away from the yellow. And then the swerve will take effect. We're just looking just to hit the red and not leave a pot on. With the 4 reds on the left-hand side, somewhat safe. Doesn't want to be playing off any of them and try and develop them into a better position for Ali. Just checking with the referee that the white ball's back in the correct position. Overcompensated there with the swerve. Caught the red on the other side than the one he wanted.
One.
So after all the frustrations of the last 2 or 3 frames, can Ali Karter ultimately have the final say in this 5th one, having owned up to the foul when he was in earlier? There's still enough for him there. There's plenty to do, of course. The Reds are awkward at the moment. But it would be a real shot in the arm if he could win this frame, given the circumstances.
5.
Nice positional shot there to get on this red. It's quite a small margin of error to be perfect on it. And of course, I'm potting this, frees that other red. Possibility from the pink here and playing it to try and get over to the left-hand side cushion. If you land in an area, you feel with those 2 reds, you'd have some shot on one of the reds into one of the pockets. Played that well, didn't have a lot of angle. Was able to generate a lot of power. Top left-hand running side. Pace he played it at, and probably still the newness of the cloth helped. Wasn't the most accurate of strikes, but gave the red every chance of dropping. Again, he's just looking at stunning over to an area between the two reds.
Karter was up quite quickly off that shot. I think he knew it was always going to be just a little wide of the mark, but at least it's run safe. He's back in the frame, 34 the difference, with 43 now remaining.
Clever shot there from Judd. Using the blue as cover on one red, and pink or black on the other. Yeah, wanted to get right behind that red off the side cushion to push the red away.
And now a gilt-edged chance for Trump to extend his lead. Just a red in the colour. Well, Trump's not playing his A game at the moment, but things are conspiring against Ali Karter. Trouble started in that third frame when he missed a red into this left corner when he was looking good for 2-1, and obviously early in this frame inadvertently catching the red when he was playing the pink after getting in with a couple of outstanding pots. And eventually Judd Trump, even though he didn't kill it off at the first attempt, has done so now.
14. It
was from that exact position yesterday. He cleared the colours without moving his feet.
19.
Might try to do it again. Yeah, he is all right.
23. 28. 34.
Another eventful frame, but another frame that has gone Judd Trump's way after Ali Karter was in but confessed the foul, and ultimately a real test of patience at the moment, this final for Ali Karter. Judd Trump hasn't pulled up any trees after dominating the opening frame, but he's been able to pick up the pieces. One or two errors from Karter, but also the misfortune early in the previous frame, having got in so impressively to touch a red when he was potting the pink. Immediately owned up to it, but ultimately that's of no consolation to him. He's lost the frame, he's 4-1 down. There are still 4 more to come in this first session, so still plenty of time to get himself back in contention, but Trump will be delighted with the scoreline right now because he hasn't quite found his A game as yet, and yet he's won 4 of the 5 frames. He's only dropped 6 in the tournament since he arrived here in Wuhan.
Wow.
Yeah, not the best break off from Ali either. Previous break, he brought a red up.
5.
4-1 down already. Doesn't want to be giving Judd opportunities, particularly if he hasn't had to work for them. And could very quickly just slip away. Even if he shares the next 4 frames, Ali, he'd be 6-3 down coming into tonight's session. You feel anything worse than that, more or less no chance. Again, ideally he'd like to get it close to 5-4 either way, but he mightn't have that opportunity. And on the other side, there's every chance Judd could have a bigger lead. That's what he'd be looking for.
11.
Again, you just can't afford at this level to be leaving your opponent a red from the break off. Modern game, everybody's looking to improve, working with different people. But again, the first and probably easiest way to improve for all players, if you could guarantee you don't leave your opponent a red from the break off.
19.
Once again, though, Trump not immune to an error himself. Now, can Ali Karter turn this into something tangible?
Yeah, that's a big let off. Had a big opportunity for Ali.
Eight. Nine. Of
course, over the years, Ali has shown a lot of heart, character on and off the table. Again, he's not going to be giving in at all here. Type of player that may be beaten but never going to be bullied. Just be a bit frustrating from today. He's had chances. Could easily be ahead. Again, when he played the previous red,
22.
would have looked to have been a little bit closer to the black and with a better angle. Looks a bit bemused there as how he's missed the pack altogether. Again, would have to go down as another missed opportunity. Unless he can pull out another great pot. It's hard to keep potting those difficult ones.
Oh, hang on. An
Actually,
idea
a bit
of
of
kiss
luck.
off the yellow. Well, maybe he's earned that. Just shaved the yellow, and that took the red on its path to the pocket. Now, will that prove to be a significant fluke? Only if Karter can go on to make something substantial here. get himself back in the final at 4-2. Trump wins this frame and he's guaranteed to be in front going into the final session, but would have the chance then to build a commanding lead, perhaps an unassailable one.
Yeah, I thought on potting that yellow, he just clipped the red. He went past. And just taking a second or two to weigh up his options. Yeah, excellent pot there. Judged it well. Slight element of safety in it. If he had a miss, the pack would have covered it.
$31.
And just looking at maybe playing this red down to this left corner. Play with course with an element of safety in it.
Karter, 31.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he thinks of it. Heavenward stare. It's just not happening for Karter at the moment. The fluke not proving to be very significant.
Yeah, poor shot there from Ali, really. It kind of fell between two stools there. Instead of just playing his red to try and pot it and get control. Got seduced into trying to get onto the brown as well.
8.
Yeah, and he missed the red by so far, came back down the table. And you could see when he got to his chair how annoyed he was.
I think his frustration will be compounded by the fact that Trump isn't really firing himself at the moment in this match. But at the moment,
The Trump, 8.
he's in charge of it. Another mistake. Does the red go?
One.
Cue that very well, especially when you consider he had the little extension piece on the butt of the cue. And again, you feel if you're potting the black, if you can disturb the two reds to the right. You can play, disturb either of those two reds. The red then bottom of the 3 would go into the other pocket. Yeah, played it perfectly.
8. Nine.
Well, it's been another quite scrappy frame, but Karter won't care a jot about that as long as he wins it, gets himself back in contention.
$16. 17.
'Won the first of his 5 ranking titles back in 2009 when he beat Joe Swale in Newport for the Welsh Open. 2 of his other 4 titles have come here in China, Shanghai and Yushan when he won the World Open in 2016. Last season he won his 2nd German Masters title.
25.
And when you consider the injury, or rather health issues, I should say, that he's had to grapple with down the years, the Crohn's disease, which he still has to manage, a couple of bouts of cancer, he's shown remarkable resilience.
32. 33.
So Karter gets his 2nd frame in the nick of time, really, when he left Trump in earlier in this one and looked to the heavens.
40.
He was staring at a possible 5-1 deficit, and then you're into damage limitation territory in this first session as it is. Just 2 behind now with 3 still to play.
Yeah, despite those health issues of the years, Ali, he's had a great career.
47.
You feel if he could win one of the Triple Crown events to just legitimise it even more. It's obviously been very close.
49.
Lost 2 World Finals to Ronnie, and then also a Masters final. Still has plenty of time.
49 to play.
The green doesn't matter. Karter has pulled a frame 7 just underway, with Ali Karter having, crucially from his point of view, got a frame on the board. It wasn't pretty, but at this stage of the final it doesn't matter. It's about staying in the hunt. 5-1 down and the lead begins to become rather precarious, but 4-2 with 3 frames still to come in this first session, and he could yet emerge with a session lead. I think if he was 5-4 down at the end of this one, he'd take it from here for sure, because he's not played his best snooker, neither has Trump, and from Trump's point of view, maybe he feels that he's missed 1 or 2 opportunities himself to be even further in front. Karter made the century in frame 2. Since then, quite a few errors from both players, but Trump at the moment with the advantage.
Ali decided to play safety there. He was just afraid of going for the red to the left corner, because if he missed it, he would have guaranteed to leave the red that was below the black. So again, a good percentage shot there. Percentages were in his favour to play safety. Okay, good return from Judd there. Good length. Ali just making sure that when he makes contact with this red and pushes it, that the red's doesn't push anything over towards the right corner.
There's been nothing wrong with Karter's long potting today. He's knocked in some cracking pots, and there's another one.
Yeah, there's no guarantee at all with the positional play, but still a good sign. Was confident that he'd pot it. Certainly hasn't turned down much today, Ali. Again, it's a sign of his confidence. So for Ali, needs to be thinking, once he is 4-2 down, Judd hasn't been playing fantastic either. He has been getting chances. I think before the final, he would expect Judd to probably play better than he has.
Trump's highest break of the final remains the 72 he made to clinch the opening frame. Had a chance in the previous one, Mr. Red to the right corner, when he could have inflicted even more pain on Karter. 4-2 feels much more like a reflection of the snooker so far than 5-1 would have done. Shaded area denoting the balls that Karter can't hit.
Good length and line there from Ali there to get the cover behind the green. He is having a look at the red to left corner, but very risky. Shot to play, just come off the side cushion, just nestle into those reds around the black.
It's going to go back. Bit of a stalemate at the moment with the black well and truly surrounded. Reds clogged up on the top cushion. Just a reminder, But of course, our next tournament here on Eurosport is the second leg of the home nations, the Northern Ireland Open. It gets underway a week today at the Waterfront Hall in Belfast. We've got the qualifiers prior to that you can watch on Discovery Plus from Tuesday the 17th through to Friday the 20th. Fergal is involved on Friday.
I think there's some tickets left.
I doubt it very much. They'd have been snapped up. You're playing Stephen Maguire.
Stephen Maguire, yeah.
He lost on a respotted black this week to Wu Yiza. Final frame.
Myself and Stephen played in the final back actually in 2007 in the Waterfront as well. Here we are here years later, battling out in Sheffield in round 1.
He's found one and he's back in.
Six. 7.
That's one of the enjoyable things about watching Ali play, is that he does wear his heart on his sleeve. And that bounce around the table has returned. Sign of his growing confidence. Feeling a little bit more comfortable.
14.
And as you said, I think if it's 5-4 either way, he'd be pleased coming into tonight. Of course, the possibility he can have the lead. Definitely room for improvement for both players in tonight's session.
20. 21.
Yes, they've both proved time and again this week that their form is very much in evidence. One or two of the frames so far in the final after a very good start have been a bit scrappy and error-strewn, but that's all part of the package when the stakes are as high as they are today.
27. 28.
There hasn't been any hesitancy at all in his game, Ali. Even if they've been difficult or tricky shots, he's been quite decisive, committed to playing it the right way.
It's already a very healthy lead given the position of the remaining Reds. And how quickly things can turn around when you think that Trump had the opportunity for 5-1, Mr. Red to the right corner. Karter was able to scramble his way to a 4-2 deficit instead, and now favourite to close the gap to just 1.
$42.
Position lost, but 53 in front. Still bags of points there, but a lot of work for Trump to do to get back into this frame, given the position of the balls.
Karter, 48.
It's a good break of 48. The black was out of commission throughout. And as you can see, Judd Trump is snookered on all of those reds. Karter having got in with the plant to the left centre pocket to take control of this 7th frame. And now he's got another chance to build on that lead, possibly clinch the frame at this visit.
One.
Yeah, he gave that pink that extra second or two, gave it its full attention, but then totally committed to it, played it lovely.
And 2 more reds should seal the frame for Karter from here.
Eight.
Looks to have the angle just to roll it in, be nicely on the red, on the left-hand side cushion. Yeah, and just needs this red. Doesn't have to play position. Even if he rolls it in and plays safe, I'd say Judd would probably concede given where the reds are.
He'd need 2 snookers just to tie if this goes in. So Ali Karter is very much back in the hunt. At 4-1 down, looking frustrated. This session could really have got away from him, but he hasn't allowed that frustration to impact his snooker. He's kept plugging away and he's being rewarded.
Karter, 15 in the frame.
And Judd Trump concedes. So back-to-back frames for the captain. Threatening takeoff again. Ali Karter on the comeback trail from 4-1 behind, now to just 4-3 adrift. He could still emerge from this first session with the lead. 2 more frames to come. 10 is the target for the title tonight. And Judd Trump will now feel that he needs a response. 4-1 was a somewhat fluttering scoreline, I think, for him. Hadn't entirely convinced with his level of play, and now just 1 in front, but it's a terrific red. I'm not sure if he can get to the potting angle of the black. even though he played the cannon.
Might be able to turn it over to Tracer right-hand side. He plays it slowly.
He's overdone it.
Yeah, turned it too much. You can actually see there as he walked away, kind of flicking his wrist. Just flicked it a bit too much. First sign of any emotion from Judd there during the final. Judd deliberately playing safe off this red, because with the black where it is, it's a big pocket. Maybe every chance you'd leave that on. I'm talking earlier about Ali's frustration, temperament, but also test here for Judd. He'll know at 4-1 he was in a very strong position. He'd have been anxious to capitalise on that. Would have been thinking about the possibility of being 6-3 up himself. He still can. But even 5-4 up, he'd probably be slightly disappointed. And certainly if he was to be behind going in tonight, he'd need those few hours to accept that. From when Ali missed that red on 52 at 1-all, the match and speed and dynamics of the match has changed. Wouldn't say they've been scrappy frames, but haven't really been as clinical.
And it could be that Trump's feeling a little mentally fatigued now. Remember, it's been quite a fortnight for him, winning the English Open last Sunday night, flying here to Wuhan, having to play 2 matches when he did arrive in one day. Certainly hasn't appeared to be tired with the way he's played, but it can catch up with you. He certainly seemed a little bit flat in this session, despite leading 4-1.
Both players need to be a little bit careful when they're playing safe. They don't catch the reds too thick. And if a red goes over towards or near the side cushion, as I said, with that black there, you would be able to pot it and off it. Couldn't have got any closer there. Felt sure on its way to the pocket it was going to go in. Played it good though, getting the cover, and I think the smile there indicates, I think they both feel it's inevitable that there's going to be a re-rack. Ali's giving him the look.
Yeah, I think they've agreed.
Yeah, thank God.
With the red over the pocket, there was no way for that frame to be progressed, so we'll start again. 2 more frames in this first session. Possible 10 this evening.
It's one thing that's changed in the game over the last 20 or years or so. Both players far more quicker to look for and accept the re-rack.
Yeah, it just makes sense, doesn't it, to try and move the game forward as quickly as possible if it looks like a stalemate, as that certainly did. The Tour of Turkey is continuing live on Eurosport right now. It's stage 8. Istanbul to Sultanahmet. So we'll try again. Ali Karter breaking off, looking to level this match, and what a result that would be, given he was 4-1 down. He'd inadvertently fouled a red when he was playing the pink in that 5th frame. Everything was going wrong for him at that stage. Trump was just picking up the pieces, really, without playing particularly fluently himself, but Carter's battled his way back. Another great long red from Trump this time. And he's looking to re-establish some fluency in his game. He dominated the first frame, including a break of 72. That's his best to date.
Including the re-rack, that's now 4 times in a row. Judd has pot a red off Ali's break.
Sorry.
Hasn't always been very costly, but if that keeps happening, there will be times when that first red will result in losing a frame. Again, very frustrating. You're working so hard to get back into a match, winning a frame. Again, from the first shot, you've given your opponent a chance and they may well go on to win the frame. Yeah, and the break-off, I think too much emphasis is given to the white ball. I think if you get the correct contact on the end red, those 2 end reds come away, but also come back in towards the pack. If they get close enough to the pack, it doesn't really matter too much where the white ball is. Again, the standard these days, even if you do leave the white tight on the cushion behind the green, if there's a red available, there's every chance your opponent's going to pot it. And as I said, not just pot it, they potentially could win the frame.
I think Judd Trump's just asking Zheng Wei Li to check that the pink is in the right position. There's no room for it, obviously, on its own spot, so it's got to go in behind the reds in a direct line without touching another ball.
Yeah, it still looks a little bit to the left. Again, even I think if you use the black spot as a judge, yeah, it's definitely to the left of the black spot. Obviously the blue, pink, and black on spots should be in a row.
In the middle, yeah.
Zheng Wei Li is our referee.
You can hear Ali talking about the references the black spot. Yeah, that's what Judd is arguing. If the pink doesn't go there, it'll go below the red as opposed to above it, and then that red would be available. So it is important. But you can clearly see, well, it looks like that pink doesn't go. It's too far to the left.
Yeah, in theory, it should be in a straight line with its own spot. If not, then it has to go below the red. Anyway,
11.
On we go. Where's the red? Where's the red? It's just about hung on, but the cue ball isn't great.
16.
Now Trump's got to hide that red.
Back-to-back re-racks. Yeah, I think if he rolls in here, there's every chance that could happen. He's a small enough lead, but I don't think that's enough of a deterrent for a re-racking.
Foul. 16.
Well, if he has to replace the cue ball this time, it'll be rather more straightforward than it was earlier in the match when he was replacing a number of balls. I think they're going to have another re-rack here. Oh no, he says go again.
From there, of course, it was a miss. He could have put him back. Again, it's just not worth the gamble of trying to block the red. If they hadn't had a re-rack 5 minutes ago, I think they'd have already had a re-rack here, but nobody wants back-to-back re-racks on their resume. Even me.
It's not always been the most fluent session, this first of the final, but it's certainly been eventful.
And he just gone down the table to see, is there an area or a spot he can leave the white to block that red. Because even if he can't hit the red directly, if there's room, he'd be able to come off the side cushion, just flick it in. Definitely a bit of a risk or gamble if he does play it. Because if it's not perfect, guaranteed that Judd would pot the next red.
Well, a shake of the head from Karter, suggesting that Trump might be able to get through to this red.
Yeah, that's a bad shot. He went down, took the time, he's seen the danger. Still played it. Again, he's fortunate there. More often than not, with Judd with a red over the pocket, would be on a colour. And I think just surely the fact that there was a re-rack a couple of minutes ago, that kind of prevented Ali from playing what was the right shot.
I think both players are feeling a bit frustrated with the way things are unfolding in this final at the moment. There's very little in the way of fluency. Trump might feel as though he should have a bigger lead, even though he's not played anywhere near his A game in this final to date. Karter just looking to ensure that he's very much in contention when the second session gets underway this evening.
Yeah, Judd deliberately played the red harder to leave Ali this safety shot. It's the end of the stalemate anyway.
when there's been so little in the way of fluency,
Spider.
every shot becomes that bit more difficult. More mistakes tend to creep in. Karter initially asking for the spider, which he's now abandoned, just playing off the pack.
Exactly the same issue that they had in the first attempt of this frame, the black being so close to the pocket. If you push your red too far over, there's every chance of putting it off the black. Of course, in the last attempt, Judd got so close, it forced the re-rack. He seems to be eyeing this red up as well. Yeah, the black wasn't close enough to the pocket that if you got anywhere close, it was unmissable. Again, he felt it was worth the risk. Putting it was guaranteed to be on the black. Problem for Ali here, doesn't have much of an angle, and the harder he hits it, the more likely he'll stay down this black end.
One.
Yeah, that was the problem. Playing with a top spin. We're just going to arc the cue ball and just keep it down here. Or just roll up to the black. Again, he's just having a look that when he does roll up to the black, chances are he's going to leave Judd some sort of a shot into the middle. Which is always that concerned look on his face. Might be tempted just to come across and actually try and lie on the pink. Then if he gets the white beside the pink, he won't leave any sort of a chance for Judd. That's the better choice.
Ali Karter one.
Maybe that red goes. It looks fairly thin, but again, judging by Ali's reaction when he walked away, and the fact Judd's coming around to have a look.
So the deadlock broken. Things are still awkward. Pink and black at the moment, far from ideal. Trump looking to get something going in the way of a break.
Six. 7.
Even with the pink and black tied up, can still win the frame comfortably just using the blue.
Again,
wasn't able to get high on the blue there, but should be able to come in and out of balk.
$18. $19.
Played that very well. Was the wrong side of the red, but had enough bottom and right hand side to get back into the blue.
$24.
A loud bang there as Trump was on the point of queuing, so wisely just getting back up off the shot and resetting. From 4-1 up with Karter struggling, anything other than a session win for Trump would be very frustrating for him. And he could yet be 3 clear, which would be a very handy lead. But that looks to have gone wrong positionally. 42 the lead, still 67 on. Nothing doing into the right corner.
Your jump set.
can see from that picture that he's able to pot this red to the left corner. It looks like if he plays it, it's going to come off and naturally hit the other two reds. Not necessarily a bad thing. Probably be on the black.
One.
Suddenly the table looking a good deal more open. What a frame this would be for Karter to steal from 4-1 behind to get level at 4 each. He's still got plenty to do, but the possibility is there for him. This is tricky. It was a good pot on the blue. It's given Karter a chance.
Seven.
Looking ahead, if you can, put the black here and the 2 more open reds. Obviously the last red beside the green. But apart from even playing the cannon to try and bring it into play, of course, if he was to land just behind the pair of them, then you're guaranteed a snooker. Playing a cannon, it could go wrong.
$14. $15. $22.
Ideally, you would think the blue would be the best ball if he does decide to cannon the red way.
$23.
Doesn't really have much of an angle at all. I think he'll just roll it through, come off the cushion.
$28.
Good hard match play snooker there from Ali.
Yes, and right back in the frame now. Just 14 behind, 35 left. Trump snookered. Trump having got in earlier with 30, but having run out of position. Crowd enjoyed that one.
Judd, not so much. Yeah. Difficult one as well. I would like to play it normally at pace to try and separate the two balls, but of course if he does that and doesn't hit the red, good chance he could leave a free ball. Tried to play it in such a way that he'd prevent leaving a free ball.
Ali Karter 4. Free ball.
Free ball confirmed, because Karter can't hit the outside edge, the left-hand side of the red. The yellow is a little awkward. What a frame this would be for Karter to win. To give himself the chance of emerging from this session with a lead, which seemed highly unlikely when he trailed 4-1. Particularly the circumstances in which he found himself in that position.
1.
He just had a look there to see exactly where he needs to be. Put the white, the gap between the brown and green for the red. Has to be a little bit careful because you could easily snooker yourself. Again, played it well. Bit of right hand run inside just to widen the angle to get up the table. You feel the frame's going to be decided by the yellow. Can he get in close behind the yellow?
Nine.
Well, Karter had a major result just now in snookering Trump, in getting out of the snooker himself. Is it going to result in a 4-all scoreline with one frame still to play in the session? This is the key shot coming up. 3 in front. Can he get position off this yellow? He can. What a turnaround in this match. Karter has been rewarded for just sticking in there, really. It's been quite attritional snooker since he made the century in frame 2. Things started to go wrong when he missed the red in frame 3, which led to 3 straight frames for Trump, without Trump playing with any great fluency. Just 1 half century since the 72 he made in the opening frame from Trump. But Karter is battling his way right back into the match. Just the blue required. A very long frame, which of course started with a re-rack. We might have had 2 back-to-back. What we do have is a very tight Wuhan Open final, which is right back in the balance. Ali Karter has won 3 on the bounce to leave Judd Trump feeling frustrated. 1 more to come to determine who will take the narrowest of leads into this evening's deciding session. But whatever happens in this frame is going to be set up perfectly for this evening's conclusion. Possible 10 frames to be played tonight. 10 being the target for the Wuhan Open title.
Yeah, fair play to Ali at 4-1. We questioned his temperament and his character, but he responded brilliantly. And I think even if he ended up 5-4 down, he'd probably feel maybe even the better of the 2. And obviously then if he has the lead, he'd be delighted. That little passage of play from 4-1 to 4-all. If he goes on to win the match tonight, I think that's where he might look back as critical, whereas maybe Judd slightly missed the boat. Kind of pot earlier on in the day. Judd had been putting. The last few frames have been quite scrappy and protracted. Just lost a little bit of fluency. Just makes that putt a little bit more difficult. Yeah, the bang of the chair certainly didn't help playing that shot.
Trump made 72 in the opening frame, 58 in the fifth. Karter with that sparkling century in frame 2. And the 52 break in the third, which of course was the catalyst for his problems in the match. Missing a red on 52 when he was looking good for 2-1. Ended up 4-1 behind, but he's clawed his way back admirably.
Foul. Enemies. Judd Trump 4. One. Six. Seven.
Looks like the perfect angle there now to pot the balloon. I think just missed the pink. Smash into them. Surprising choice, really, because after puts another red or two, might get a better opportunity. Seemed to be perfect there.
13.
Again, for that very reason. There's no guarantee you're going to get back into that ideal position.
Nineteen.
Might just have enough of an angle on the brown to power it in just before the middle pocket and get into the pack. And whilst that shot was on, it was nowhere near as easy as the shot he had a couple of moments ago when he was perfect on the blue. It's rare I'd get a chance to criticise Judd's break building prowess, but I think in that instance he missed a trick.
Judd Trump, 23.
Yes, it's been bits and bobs really for most of this session. Just the 1/2 century from Trump, other than the opening 72, which won in the first frame. Very little in the way of fluency. Oh, he's had a big stroke of luck there. The cannon on the yellow, leaving Karter bang behind the brown with the red over the pocket.
Of course, not just that he got away with leaving an easy pot. It's difficult now for Ali to do something and not leave a red, and particularly that red on. Oh, it's an excellent shot.
It really was, because he would have been feeling hard done by there. But once again, he kept his counsel. And he's come up with an excellent shot to dig himself out of that hole.
Yeah, of course, it's still possible Judd might pot a red, but I mean, in Ali's position, he couldn't have done any more. Sometimes you just have to accept you're in trouble. And if you leave your opponent a pot and he gets it,
This is
not much
tough.
to do. Ali got his reward then for that extra patience and discipline to find a shot, and executed it very well. I think he can get past the green to play a thin clip on this red to the corner.
And again,
Yeah, a little bit of luck there, Ali.
both players at times riding their luck in this session. Perhaps not as fluent as one might have expected, given the way they've been scoring coming into the final, but thoroughly absorbing nonetheless. This evening's deciding session could be very different, of course. They might both start to fire in the break building stakes again. Right now they're just jostling for position to see who emerges with the slender lead. For Karter, this frame would feel like a bonus, really. From 4-1 down, he would certainly have taken a 5-4 deficit, the way things were going.
Yeah, well played safety there from Judd, which Ali appreciated. Could have went wrong. Got a good contact on the red. Got good length as well. I think he's looking at trying to play it, obviously trying to go for the pop, but his priority is to get low on the cue ball and screw the white back into baulk.
That red could have gone anywhere, unfortunately for Karter. It's landed over the right centre pocket. Another chance for Trump to try and finish this quite challenging session on a high. It's pretty thin, this red, though. And that's the problem, having any control over the cue ball.
Yeah, that little roll of the eyes from Judd, that probably makes it a bit thinner than even it looks.
One.
Again, all he could do there was just pot it, send it up and down the table. You felt sure it'd be on some colour. Both players probably won't be too disappointed. The match is going to stop after this frame, gives them time to regroup, rest, regroup, and come back out for this evening. Just gotten a little bit ragged.
Yes, that final session due to get underway in just over 2 hours. Trump didn't want the cannon on the brown.
6.
These kind of frames can be quite mentally draining, use up a lot of energy and thought and concentration. I said they'd be glad of a couple of hours rest.
Judd, 6.
The session started very differently, of course. Judd Trump dominated the first frame with 2 good breaks, and Ali Karter responded with a century. But from the moment that Karter missed a red on a break of 50 in the third frame, things have become a lot more challenging. Balls have been awkward at times. No fluency from either player, really. Very little in the way of sizable breaks. It's been a battle. But both are well used to playing in matches like this, where things don't quite go as you'd like them to, and you've got to dig deep. Nicely done. So Ali Karter creates a chance for himself in his bid to win 4 frames in a row, just as he did against Stuart Bingham earlier in the week from the brink of defeat.
Five. 6.
A win like that over Stewart, 4-1 down, can just add to your belief that maybe it is your week. Usually when a player wins a tournament, there's usually at least one match they could and should have been knocked out.
Rather typical of the session. Everything has been akin to walking through treacle. Nothing has come easy since the end of frame 2.
Yeah, from 1-1, anytime you looked, either player was going to start getting into a bit of a flow or rhythm. Something careless or unfortunate has happened.
Karter still trying to absorb what's just happened to him, having got in nicely with that good opening red. Chance to build at the very least a lead in this frame, if not a frame and session clinching one. Now it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, might be tempted by this red.
He's rattled it in
14.
with a bit of safety in mind, taking the cue ball back up the table, but he's kept the break going.
Yeah, it didn't look to be very accurate. I thought it was actually going to catch enough of the jaw and stay out. Is that just the fact that the cloth is quite new? That would have helped. I think if the cloth was more worn, that wouldn't have went in. And there's probably a slight element of frustration in deciding to play that shot. Was very reluctant to leave the table after having such a good chance.
Yeah. 18.
And similar scenario again. Land a bit awkward. It might be seducing to go for another red. Not just potted, but no guarantee of getting on a colour either. Might feel him playing it that he's going to hit another ball. Yeah, and that's why he didn't go for in the end. Again, correct choice.
Karter, 18.
Yeah, Karter looking a bit frustrated, but I think the bigger picture here for him is that he's right back in this match when it might have got away from him. As Trump misses the thin edge on the red. And even if he were to lose this frame, 5-4 would be by no means a calamity from 4-1 down. Well, that changes things with Trump missing the thin edge twice because he can see this red full ball. So he's going to be warned that if he misses again, he'll lose the frame. The last time ranking event snooker was played in China, the 2019 World Open, which Judd Trump won against Tepchire and Nu. Tepchire gave up a frame in those circumstances.
Yeah, he's just getting the warning there. Bit of pressure on this.
Confirmation from referee Cheng Wei Li that Trump has to hit one, so a different shot coming up here from the first two.
Yeah, played the thicker contact, which obviously ruled out the risk of missing it altogether again. And played it well, to be fair. And good response from Ali. He's just a tough, hard match player, Ali. Prepared to go toe to toe.
Now, and it's Ali got the 4.
A third time that Trump has tried and failed to catch the paint of the red.
Yeah, it's always much better to give 4 points away rather than catch it too thick and leave your opponent in. Probably play the same shot again, or try to.
Couldn't have got any closer to dropping.
Yeah, but the point is no good. Yeah, point no good. You Karter, you have the 26.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they're just querying whether the scoreboard is correct in the arena.
Yeah, I think in the arena scoreboard showing that Ali only had 26 points and the last foul from Judd didn't go on.
Yeah, the on-screen graphic is correct.
Yeah, he's left this red for Ali to pot and swing around the back of the black and back up the balk end.
So this final frame of the session, following the pattern of the session itself. Tough, uncompromising snooker. To determine who's going to have a narrow advantage going into this evening's final session, which is due to get underway in less than 2 hours' time.
Foul, miss. Karter 4.
Ali has slight control of the frame here. Still feel it's not too difficult for Judd to be playing safety. Again, this frame and a few others, certainly not what we would have expected from these two players, particularly at the start of the match.
Once again, the ball's awkward. The black's surrounded. Red's accumulating near the top end of the table, top cushion.
And even if you're an attacking, positive player, a lot of the times you still can be very much dictated by where the balls are. And Ali has left a red. Judd, you can pot and get back up the table, try and break the stalemate.
Another 30-minute frame. Scores level. Could not be tighter. 4 each, 34 points each.
Five. 6. 5. 9. Ten.
Judd having to work very hard for these points. Hasn't really been in ideal position, which has made it a little bit more difficult. And there's the potential of another red into the left corner.
Hard
to keep potting them. They're that tricky all the time. But again, we established a bit of a lead, in control of the frame.
Ali Karter again just clarifying that the scoreboard in the arena is correct.
No, I thought it was
48.
It should be 18 minutes.
48.
Yeah, 18 minutes.
You 34.
That's better again for Ali.
Karter saying he thinks there should be 18 between them rather than 14.
Yeah. You 48. Yeah.
I'm 30, I think.
No, you're 34.
No, I think 34 is correct.
34, yeah.
Yeah, feel that?
Hard to do the maths after a session this grueling.
To be fair to Ali, he was doing himself out of 4 points. And it's an excellent shot there. Played deliberately, double kiss that red, bring the white back up the table. He never guaranteed exactly where the red's going to go, but well thought out and well executed shot. And as a result of playing these longer, scrappier frames, if and when you do get a chance, it is harder to take them, be more clinical. As I said before, I think both players will be just glad, win or lose, get this frame done, rest up and regroup for tonight.
Yes, and that rest time is getting ever narrower. An hour and 3/4 away now from the resumption.
Yeah, ideally, if you had enough time, you'd like to go back to the hotel. That's not available, then it's never as nice if you're kind of just hanging around the venue. Might be harder to get something to eat there. But again, that will apply for both players.
This time it's Judd Trump who's played a telling safety. Karter in trouble behind the brown. No surprise at all that this has proved to be a battle. Their most recent meeting went the distance. Karter winning 6-5. Needs a bit of luck here.
It's an unbelievable fluke.
Needed a bit of luck, and I think he got some.
Yeah. A hidden hope. I was hoping for a lot if he expected that. Actually, it's amazing really how often when a player decides to play a hidden hope, how often they do seem to get away with it.
Ali Karter 1.
Again, that was the significance. Not just could have left Judd a pot, but able to play his snooker as well. Massive piece of luck.
Their World Championship meeting back in 2012 also went the distance, and in that match Trump was 3 in front with just 4 to play on that occasion, and Karter had the final word. Still a long way from the winning line in this match, a very long way. 10 being the target for victory. It would be especially frustrating for Trump, though, to emerge from this session behind, given he was 4-1 to the good, and Karter was struggling, feeling frustrated with the way things were going. So Trump will feel the bare minimum is a 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, he's looking to come off the cushion to play the red closest, but playing that very hard to judge. Feels inevitable that he'd push the red on. That's why he's playing off this red. And again, did the same, hit and hope. Just could have been worse. The red and his bridge hand might be causing a slight bit of an issue.
He's been good with pots like that today. A real test of the cue action, but that's always been rock solid for Karter. Technically very correct. And that's got to help when you're under pressure, looking to pot a dead straight one like that from distance. It's been a very tough session of snooker, but it will be a very satisfying one for Karter if he can pinch this frame as well. And he's got every chance now, just 7 points behind, 43 left, everything is there for him.
Yeah, you can see he's given every shot his full attention. He'd be delighted if he could take a lead here.
7.
And he's shown great character to come back from 4-1 when he wasn't playing at his best. Plus other little things weren't going his way. They're the kind of things in the past he has reacted to. It hasn't been easy, but he has managed to accept them, refocus.
14.
Needs to work the cue ball here.
15.
And he's played it well.
Yeah, lovely trace of left-hand side there just to bring it out to the black. Again, he's got a lovely cue action. Not only is it straight, but also real smooth delivery of the cue. Never looks like he's forcing anything.
And it's held up just in time. So
Yeah.
a great opportunity now for Karter.
Yeah, played that lovely as well. Bottom left-hand side. So as it hit the cushion, it ran towards the yellow. And again, didn't hit it overly hard. Smooth cueing it and let that bit of side do the work.
24.
Great performance from Ali so far.
11 the lead, so he's going to need green, brown and blue to emerge with the session advantage.
27.
He's been rewarded for his usual tenacity and a good deal of patience in this session. At 4-1 down,
31.
things could have gone pear-shaped for Karter, but he took a deep breath, stayed in the moment. And he's going to emerge with a 4-frame winning streak and a 5-4 lead. What a result. And for Judd Trump, frustration, who seemed to have a pretty firm grip on this match at 4-1, even though he wasn't playing anywhere near his best, but the session has rather got away from him. Of course, he's still well in contention. But it's Ali Karter who'll enjoy the mid-session break a little more than his opponent.
So Ali Karter was in early trouble in this match. He trailed 4-1, but he dug in. And he just won a few scrappy frames. Judd Trump in the last 4 frames, his highest break was only 30. Now, Karter didn't make a half century himself in that time, but he scrapped away and he's got himself 5-4 in front. I don't think, Neil, though, we're predicting an early finish here. Could go all the way.
Very likely to do, yes. Looking forward to it, though, because these Sunday finals, you know, are very exciting going into the last session, whether they be in Brentwood, as we saw last week, or here in Wuhan. And, you know, when Trump led so handsomely at 4-1, you did wonder what kind of scoreline we might be going into tonight with. Clearly, it appeared it would be a lead for Judd. It could be a significant one. He's not even in front, so you can be sure, despite this only 1-frame advantage for Karter, who enjoyed their break the most, to turn that around must have given a real boost. But tonight is the last session of the whole week, and even a tired player, in which Judd Trump just might be, I'm sure that you can muster up the energy for this battle. Should be a terrific evening. I think it's safe to say that Ali Karter's battling qualities are mentioned a lot, but if ever you needed to be reminded of that, it's the way that he did graft out this afternoon session. Great competitor that he is. Can, of course, score heavily, but he's a bit Selby-esque, isn't he? In that, you know, he's got another side to his game which can win frames when it's not always pretty.
Yes, he did make a century, actually, in the second frame, so there's been some fluency as well, but when he had to scrap, he did. Yeah, the cue ball is the issue there.
Yes, David, maybe that red on the left is blocking off 1 or 2 others
14.
into that pocket that are closer to the cue ball. Middle pocket would usually be where you'd be looking to score. There may be a red that goes into it. It's a tough shot, this. This really is tough. I suppose it was a big shot that he played, but I think it was more difficult than anything that went to the left middle.
Well, he was looking right from the off to get on the attack in this final session. He lives every shot, Karter, doesn't he? Reacts. You know, it really means everything to him. World number 11, but if he wins tonight, he'll go up to number 8. Trump, if he were to win, would go from 4 to 3. And it would complete a remarkable week, wouldn't it? He didn't arrive here till Tuesday. Had to play 2 matches Wednesday to catch up. It's one thing to win in successive weeks, but to do it in different parts of the world, that is impressive.
Well, there was some suggestion he wouldn't come. I mean, in his interview afterwards, when he came up onto the stage in Brentwood, there was, you know, he said, I may or may not play. He wouldn't commit himself entirely at that stage. I bet he's pleased he's here now. I think the tournament's been a success. I mean, the good crowds, terrific venue. It's a ranking event here in China after such a long time without one. It's been a resounding success for me.
I agree, the crowds have been excellent. It's a new city, of course. It's held a ranking event, so you're never quite sure how it'll go. There's a lot of work has had to be done to get everything up and running, and they're set fair for a gripping climax.
I suppose being 5-4 down
13.
compared to what happened last weekend is a walk in the park, you might think. 7-3 down at one point against Zhang Anda, and 5-2 down first to 6 in the semi-finals. Just that the man he's playing can be a tough nut to crack here, Ali Karter, so I don't think he'll be viewing it in that way.
20.
Yeah, the one difference obviously between Karter and Zhang Anda, Zhang had never won a tournament. It was his first final, so you could understand if some pressure came on. Karter has won 5 ranking titles, a lot of experience. So Trump knows nothing's going to be handed to him here. If he gets chances, as he did when Karter missed that red, it's up to him to try and pounce and also just get a bit more rhythm going. It got very scrappy towards the end of the first session, not his sort of snooker.
That'll do. Played it with right hand running side to sort of whiz the cue ball around the cushions a little quicker.
$29.
He has won back-to-back ranking titles on 3 previous occasions, but
34.
as I say, this is a bit different. Literally the next week in another part of the world.
35.
That's only been done twice. I delved back. Stephen Hendry in 1990 won the Asian Open in China, and then the following week the Dubai Classic. And Mark Williams, 2002, he won the China Open in Shanghai, and then the following week he won the Tyler Masters in Bangkok.
41.
But of all of those, I guess Trump's travelled the furthest.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you're absolutely, factually, completely correct. But I think this would be a greater achievement even than those two. Don't know if there's any noise or something wasn't quite right there. Both Judd and referee were looking away from the table briefly.
42.
Could have been that Judd was thinking about the scores and what he can take to get this frame safe. It's been a bright start to the evening session here. I think the shot that Ali took on, the red by the black, was a more difficult red than some of the others that were available. But Ali felt that it was a key
48.
shot to take on. Didn't really threaten the pocket.
$49.
Yeah, Trump only actually made 2.5 centuries in the first session, so this is a welcome break for him if he can now close the frame out.
$57.
Nice little nudge there, which brought a red into play. Black to the red 2 down from the pink is on. So almost there. Red any colour. Probably another red will absolutely guarantee the frame following those couple of balls.
$65.
Well, he's nicely on the next red, so it's going to be 5 each. And the sort of frame, and not just because he's won it, but the sort of frame Trump prefers, of course, more fluent than some of the latter frames this morning.
73.
He'd love to make another century, of course. He's already had 30 this season. Remarkable number, bearing in mind it's mid-October.
Just finished a bit in between there.
80.
He's on it to the bottom left, but not as straight as he would hope. Hasn't stopped him though. Very nice.
81.
Unfortunately, with regards to century, blue not available to the right middle would have made it so easy.
The break has been important, hasn't it? I mean, the break between sessions, just a chance
84.
to regather thoughts and
85.
get on with the preparations for this final session. He felt that cue ball flew a little bit there, but he's okay.
'89. 91.
Standard on tour down the ranks is very high, and if Judd Trump makes a century here, it will be the 100th in the
94.
tournament. That's including the round that was played in the UK and all the matches played here in Wuhan. And for him, an
98.
important one, because he lost the last 4 frames of the first session, but he's pounced after Ali Karter missed that difficult pot on the red to left corner. Trump has stepped in with his first century of the final.
It's been a terrific break, very fluent. Not much has made him overthink shots. And look at this for a shot to end. Fabulous break, this.
Wonderful. That's got the crowd going. It's got Judd Trump going again. And it's levelled the match. The 100th century of the Wuhan Open this year. It's the final of Snooker's Wuhan Open. It's 5 each. Judd Trump has made 116 in the opening frame of the evening. That's his 31st century already this season. He made 45 the whole of last season. That's plenty. So goodness only knows what he's going to end up on by the end of the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, a few things are different, aren't they? You come back from the end of a session, and both players, as you pointed out earlier, probably could have done with the break. Judd's come out replenished. But also, I think, that's a strange thing to say, but, you know, the table is all brushed and ironed again, and you start afresh, conditions are back to being absolutely pristine. So I think you're going to get a response out of that than a table that's a few frames old with a few fingerprints on it, and all of those things. Add to that the fact we're now into what is the last session of the week, and it's going to motivate these 2 finalists for sure, this situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's tiredness actually on both sides, Karter as well, but the adrenaline surely on for a big final will pull them through here. If Trump were to win, it would be his 25th ranking title, so he'd be level with Mark Williams, joint 5th, as he finds the cue ball in behind the green. Mark's son Joel today won an under-14 event in Wales, so maybe the next generation of the Williams dynasty will be ones to watch out for. I know he's very enthusiastic, and he's got himself a trophy.
Quite unlucky to leave one here from that situation. He's rolling into the bunch most of the time. If you played that 10 times, you'd be disappointed to leave it once. That red. That's not worked out too badly.
8.
It's always a bit hit or miss going into the bunch from that sort of shot as to whether you end up on one.
9.
Yeah, it's his 40th ranking final, which again equals Mark Williams, just one off Steve Davis, actually. So they're big numbers for someone who's still just 34.
14.
He's really come back to life this season. Of course, he got to the European Masters final as well, where Barry Hawkins beat him.
15.
Yes, should he win today? Of course, he hasn't done so yet, but should he win, he's having almost the start to the season that Mark Allen had last year. And he's beaten in the final of the British Open, and he proceeded to go on and win back in Belfast and then the UK champs. He's definitely the form player currently, and it's pretty obvious that he would be given his results.
Yeah, it just shows what confidence can do, doesn't it? He was a bit low on it last season, but it's all come flooding back.
22.
No, that always looked a little wide.
The champ.
And
22.
that's an unforced error.
Very much so, Dave. I'm surprised he missed it to that side, because he's holding for the red. If you're going to see those missed often, it'll be hitting them a little too thick in contact. But he hit it thin, which I think he's as shocked as we are.
Karter was very quick to the table as well, looking to do to Trump what Trump did to him in the last frame. Karter missed one ball. It was a lot more difficult than that ping. It was a red, and Trump made a century off it.
Decision time, isn't it? Does he play onto the blue to open the reds? Got a couple of reds, as you can see, that might be potable. Problem is, in playing this shot, the red's to the right corner, which is one of the ways you'd end up on one. Clearly, the pink is blocking it off, so going into the bunch, even if you hit them well, could be the pink is stopping you from potting one. It's a slightly smaller chance of getting on a ball than there would be if the pink was away from there. Oh, and that can happen as well, and that's a common occurrence on those shots, and it's just one of the pitfalls of playing it. I don't think he did much wrong, he just knocked the red in. It's as simple as that. Happens to a lot of players. Well, I mean, looking at the table from this overhead camera, they are lined up all over the place here. That could be a big blow. Look at Ali in his chair. Obvious disappointment, who wouldn't? He sat out a century, and he's been a bit unfortunate there, I think. He's having a long, hard look at this, and plenty of reds available. Obviously, I mean, to play on the pink, and the pink going on its spot might just make it more awkward to get onto a red, but not impossible, surely.
One.
Doesn't seem very comfortable with this leave, which on the face of it looks a pretty good chance. Key there was to just get as close to the black as you could without actually hitting the black and getting position on the red as a consequence. Long way to go in this match, but it feels like something of a hammer blow to Ali Karter's chances if knocking that red in the way that he did, unluckily, cost him the frame.
Yes, it's the one sort of aspect of snooker that obviously is very difficult to control. The luck he had a fluke, didn't he? You key one in the first session. That's the other side of it. What you can try and do is control your reaction to it, but he's got every right to be pig sick at what happened there.
14.
Especially, obviously, if he now loses the frame off it.
Well, he just wanted to sort of dink that in and hopefully be on the red. But of course, you never know exactly whether you're on the ball until the pink goes on its spot. You can only, in your mind, work out what it would be. And it looks to me like he is on it. He's moved another red out. So this is very promising chance again for Judd Trump. And raising the memory, if he can win this frame, of losing 4 in a row at the end of this afternoon.
$28. $29.
So Ali Karter went into them, knocked a red in off the blue. Judd Trump needs this black, and he's going to be 6-5 in front. Yeah, he's done what he had to do, which is step in and twist the knife when the player's been unlucky, as Karter was.
36.
Looking for a 6th ranking title here in China. Of course, it was the country where he won his first, the 2011 China Open in Beijing, when he was just 21, and then went to the Crucible, got all the way to the final of the World Championship. That's really when he announced himself as a top-level player.
44. 45. 48. 49.
Of course, Judd missed that pretty straightforward pink earlier in the frame, which is a distant memory now. I think of the two, the underlying memory is the red being knocked in by
56.
Karter. The pink that Judd missed. It's meaningless now, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. You can forget about that, because he did get the chance to step in off the back of Karter's misfortune. Well, Ali Karter has to use his experience. He's not done that much wrong, but he has lost the first 2 frames. Judd Trump is looking refreshed after the break between sessions. 116 and then that 56, the key breaks, to lead 6-5. Yeah, he was shaking his head because he left that red on and Judd Trump's knocked it in.
Yeah, I mean, Ali Karter, that is the last thing he wanted, was Judd Trump to get in early again here. He's on something of a roll this evening with those couple of frames and the way that he's won them.
5. 6. 11.
Imperative he gets a good angle on the next colour, probably the black, to split the reds from it. And if that shot worked out well, he could possibly be off and running again here.
20.
Certainly going to chance his luck. It's a lovely split. That's a beautiful shot. He didn't even hit it very hard. He just got plenty of zip on the cue ball, and
27.
that's a lovely little shot from a position where things could have gone wrong. Now the sky's the limit here. Another brilliant opportunity which has come his way, and he's taking it with open arms at the moment.
$33. $34.
So Ali Karter, he's missed a difficult red with the white on the side cushion. He's been unlucky from the blue to knock a red in, and then he's broken off. And it could be that those 3 shots have cost him 3 frames.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough score, isn't it? But we are in the final of this event, and I suppose you're always going to get informed players as your opponent, and hard to think anyone could be in better form right now than Judd.
Yeah, and Karter, he knows that you can't, if a player's on a roll, leave them that chance from the break-off. That's why he was shaking his head as he sat in his seat. He's almost expecting this. He needs to stay watchful in case something goes wrong, which of course it can at any point. Did in the last frame when Trump was in initially.
48. $49. $56. $57.
Almost one shot away here from guaranteeing this frame as well. This positional shot on his next red. He wanted to be perhaps straighter. Looks as if he might have to play the cannon or
64.
play a different red to the middle. Red in any colour, just about. Well, it's not
65.
gone absolutely perfectly. So this is the last problem in the frame for Judd, potting the next ball. At the moment, Karter can still win. He could have been better placed behind this pink. No problem at all, and he kind of played it in a relatively safe way. He didn't play on a red, which of course had the frame already been won, he wouldn't have played it like that. It's one of those points on the board, and he might be thinking that he can knock this long red in, which would guarantee that he has picked up another frame tonight if he could.
The champion, 71.
Well, it's not there, so 71 the lead, 67 available. Still a glimmer for Karter, but other than that, it's been a pretty devastating start from Trump. Doing all the heavy hitting in the early stages of this session.
1.
So with the pink, it will be 2 snookers needed.
Seven. 8.
Strange how the mindset is different though. Judd would have never rolled that pink in and gone away from the reds, but for the fact that pink was frame ball. Now it's a question of snookers. It's not impossible there's a way back into this frame for Ali Karter. As Dave said, he's now to the point where it's 2 snookers because he took a pink, but
15.
he'd like to take it down to a single red and see where that allowed him to go with the frame.
16.
If you could get a really tight snooker on the last red, who knows what that could bring.
$23. $24. $31.
I think he wanted the cue ball further up so he could just play half ball on the red. Cue ball in behind the black, which I'm sure he'll still try something like that.
Ali Karter, 31.
Not bad. I mean, I doubt a free ball will be the result of this if Judd Trump missed it. Whereas if he could get it right next to a colour that red, then there was more chance of a free ball, I think, than this. He may hit it in the first place, which solves all that. Well, it is a swerve. It should be achievable. Oh. Tell you what, that's something about that top left-hand pocket. It may be an angle. I mean, we saw a couple of O'Sullivan shots angle. It was deeper into that pocket than that even. It's still an angle scenario, and we didn't see Ali's face, but I'm sure I've seen him happier because a lot of good fortune went into it. Of course, the in-off would have certainly enhanced Ali's chances of winning the frame. Now he's out looking at a snooker. Not entirely amused.
No, you're right, that pocket has played its part this week. Angling players, that was pretty horrific for Karter. Oh, wow, he's gone round the red.
Foul.
And
人家枪4.
he's seen enough of this frame, and you can't really blame him. Of course, the big mistake at the start was leaving the red on from the break-off. Trump made 71. He got a bit of luck there with the angle. And Judd Trump has made a flying start to the final session. He was big evening of snooker here in Wuhan, and Judd Trump has made his move. He was 4-1 up, he was 5-4 down, but he's won the first 3 of the night, 7-5. He needs 3 more to become champion and to complete back-to-back triumphs in different parts of the globe. It was a week ago, we were in Brentwood when he won the English Open. And of course, he knows comebacks can happen, because he, on that occasion, was 7-3 down. So he's favoured at the moment, but we know how these matches can turn. This is the end of the 3 weeks of non-stop ranking event snooker. The British Open, Mark Williams won a memorable final against Mark Selby. Of course, Trump came out on top in Brentwood, and here in Wuhan, it's been a very interesting week. Some good matches, some talking points, great crowds. Now this is the battle for the title, and Ali Karter's got to dig in. Try not to leave any sort of chance. You know, he's a tough campaigner. We've seen that in this tournament. 4-1 down, last 32 to Stuart Bingham. Dug in, got the result, 5-4. It's a terrific pot. You could see him sizing himself up for it, and he's knocked it in.
Yeah, we got a replay of that shot. It was nice to see, but no, I wouldn't have minded another look at that shot from earlier where Ali knocked that ball in. I don't suppose he would like to have seen it again, just to see whether it was avoidable, which I doubt it was.
4.
Ali Karter, twice runner-up in the World Championship. He's been runner-up in the Masters. There's a case to be made. We have the Triple Crown, the 3 majors, the World Championship, UK Championship and Masters. There's a case to be made. He's the best player, maybe yet to win one of those, having come close in a couple. Snooker fans would have... could make the case for other players, maybe people like Barry Hawkins and Karen Wilson at the top of the game right now, or Marco Fu as well. But it's not to say it won't happen, of course. Certainly the form he's shown this week. He's going to be number 8 in the world if he wins this tournament, so definitely be involved in all 3 of those tournaments.
Twelve. Thirteen.
Well, that's not any good to him, really, not seeing the pink go on the blue spot. Because both are tied up for shots towards each middle pocket anyway.
20.
I think that's absolutely perfect from green into bunch if he chooses to play that shot via the side cushion. Probably got a similar shot on the yellow, but to play perhaps into a loose red rather than into the pack. But if the shot's on, it might be worth the risk. I don't know how good his luck is at the moment. I hope he doesn't knock one in again here or get unlucky with position if he plays it well. Well, he didn't play it well, quite honestly, and that isn't bad luck to going off. It was just a poorly executed shot for once.
Yeah, the problem is he's just under pressure to make something happen, the way the evening has gone away from him very quickly, and it didn't happen there.
I think that shot on the green, you see the angle he had. I think it's one of those shots, the harder you hit it, the more that the cue ball will come kind of narrow in angle towards the reds, more likely to do what happened. You've always got to hit it a little slower to make sure that when you hit the green, the backspin just takes before it hits the first cushion. Hit it hard is a natural instinct because you want to get the bunch open. But it kind of works in reverse, I think, on that shot from that angle.
Well, he's had a look, Trump, and he's decided to put Karter back in.
Doesn't seem a particularly difficult position that he's in here. I think Ali might be able to put Judd in trouble here, potentially. It's almost like a break-off shot, isn't it, that he was left. Interesting decision there from Judd. I'm not sure that that was a very difficult shot to play. I suppose if he knocks this in, it's vindicated. Wow, what a shot. What a shot. I think Ali was quite satisfied with the shot he'd played. So clean. If this part of his game is back for good, because he's been missing lately his long game, if that is back to his best, then he's going to be difficult to beat all season, I think.
It could all have been different, couldn't it? If John Higgins had got on that yellow, 5-2 up, that was the shot, wasn't it? He didn't get on it, and then Trump won that frame. It was an absolute blitz thereafter, won the English Open final, and so on and so on. Here we are a week later, and he's feeling probably the best he's ever felt.
I think those few frames against John Higgins, I mean, I can't think that Judd's ever played better snooker than that in his life. And maybe that run of frames, that stage of a match, is just what he needed, something really good to happen, because he had been struggling a bit, let's be honest. I think it just reminded him and everyone else what he's capable of. Sort of devastating bursts of brilliance. Just a bit awkward there, though.
Twelve. $13.
Well, is he on this red, the one he's closest to?
20.
Does it go past the little cluster of half a dozen? Don't think it does. He's walking quite slowly around the table as if he's not on anything. It certainly does go, though. Certainly goes. You can try and top this through the bunch. Some shot it'll be. I can't believe that shot was on. It looked... You'd almost have to get a sledgehammer to take it, to go through all those reds.
So it's some sort of respite for Ali Karter.
The champ, 21.
Such a critical juncture of the final, this.
Yeah, and there was a moment there where, of course, Judd Trump could have gone on and picked up that frame in one fell swoop there, and then really opened up a lead, but it didn't happen. So as much as it's been a pretty poor evening for Ali Karter so far, he can still take something from these 4 frames, but he has to win this frame, and he has to start to create some chances of his own now.
Well, there may be an opening here, but there's pressure on him, the way Trump has started the evening. Nicely done, though, so he's in with a chance.
Yeah, very much so. Terrific shot, and now he has to make this count. And up against it in the whole of these 3.5 frames. Need to pull something out of the wreckage here.
8.
Yeah, there's a couple of awkward reds,
9.
but you suspect are going to come into play here. Certainly need at least one of them. But nice to get the chance, because he would have had visions of 8-5 watching Trump just a few moments ago, the position he was in.
16. 17. 24.
If he can take 2 reds and 2 blacks with the couple of reds in the middle of the table, he will need just 1 more red and without a colour to follow it. That makes a difference if you can pot one of those awkward reds down the left without having to pot the colour. Makes the pot easier. So he might be thinking about that.
Yeah, you can see him just checking the maths on that.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, if he's forced to pot one of those 2 reds and play position to get the frame 1, then obviously things become more complicated. So in behind the red.
33.
Land the cue ball away from the cushion. He doesn't need to play the cannon on the top red here. I'll be quite surprised if he made that decision.
35 in front, 43 on the red then. And barring Snookers, it's 7-6. So it's been Judd Trump's mini session, but there's still only going to be one frame in the final when they resume.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that shot that Judd played. He potted the red, and he seemed to think that he could top the cue ball through the bunch. The reds were wide apart. I wonder if he could have cued down on it and played something blue or pink down into one of the vault pockets.
48.
Shot he played, I can't believe was on.
Yeah, nicely done. Well, Ali Karter had to produce something. He stepped in, he potted the long red, he's made the break. And once again, he's demonstrated his fighting qualities here. Quite a bit went against him, but he's kept positive. So this final is still anybody's.
56.
Very swift 4 frames here. First 3 of them went to Judd Trump. He was in this 4th one as well. But Ali Karter got the chance.
56.
He made 56.
Frame.
And they go to the interval with just 1 frame between them. Of course, it was Karter who led by 1.
Frame 14. Ali Karter to break.
Ali Karter gets the final back underway. He trailed 4-1, he led 5-4, he trailed 7-5. It's now 7-6, first to 10 to become champion. No more intervals.
I don't know if he can get through to the left-hand side of the bunch here, whether the yellow is just in the way. I think it's maybe a trace of right-hand side to bring the cue around the yellow a little. All he could play, he couldn't quite get to that left edge. It's not impossible that things won't be quite so free-flowing in these last few frames, given that this is it now. This is the final chapter. No more breaks, just all the way to 10 and everything to play for. Nice contact there, nicely played. I don't think you could deny that. It's fortunate, but maybe he's due a bit.
Yeah, and there's always the chance that the running will turn round at the right time, which I guess would be this part of the match for Karter. Yeah, Shane Welly, the referee, was on the case there. Saw the cue ball heading to the pink.
No, not touching ball. No. Yeah.
Yeah, Karter was just checking whether it was a touching ball. It wasn't. They're going back. It's been good to see these Chinese officials again. Of course, they were mainstays of the tour when the ranking events were plentiful here, and we'll see plenty more of them. Of course, we've got 2 more to come, the International Championship in a few weeks' time, and then the World Open in the second half of the season.
Okay. Foul.
And a situation this afternoon where
6.
an awful lot of balls had to be replaced from a situation of playing out of a snooker. Felt sorry for Zhang because I think he had to get 3 or 4 reds back, cue ball back, pink back, everything. In fairness, it was resolved as quickly as I've seen.
He seems very calm, doesn't he, which must help. Just does the job professionally again there. So 3rd attempt, slight adjustment needed. Not too much though, not too much.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he can get through. I don't think he can get through to that right-hand red from that. There might be a red that is reachable. The other thing I wanted to say about this afternoon's session was Ali Karter called a foul on himself when he was in. He potted a pink, he was in, it was early in the frame. It's hard to say whether it would have won him the frame, but it certainly, well, I think it lost him the frame when the foul was called. It was one which no one saw. I mean, it was just literally, I think his shirt sleeve just brushed a red. Nothing moved. Of course, players do call fouls themselves, but all credit to him because he did as well. And it was, if he hadn't have called it, no one would have seen it.
Yeah, every credit to Ali. It was immediate as well.
Playing around the angles here, perhaps. Attacking safety shot in behind green and brown is the plan. It's got a motor a little. That is the worry on that shot. You can leave a red near a pocket. If it's straight, we're going to get a look at his cue power here. Cue speed through the ball. Usually very good. Wow. He hit that so well and with such control. That is beautifully played. Perfectly behind the blue.
Well, I'm sure his parents are watching back in Bristol and will of course have fond memories of taking him to various junior events on Sundays, weekends when he was growing up. With the great passion he had for snooker, the great talent he had for it. Got the bug from his dad, Steve, who was a big fan, still is, of course, of snooker. And this is the result of all of that. He's had a terrific career already, and OK, was slightly in the doldrums, only very slightly. You must remember he won the Masters last season, which is a major event, but had gone 19 months without a ranking title. That all ended a week ago. And now he's looking like his old self again.
I think he hoped to knock the red directly below the pink away and get the pink freed. He's on one though, at least one red. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a great chance just yet, but again,
11.
he might think about nudging into the pink. Doesn't have to play it this time, but it would certainly be nice if he could get the pink into open play, because the black's tied up as well, so it's hard to score here with those two balls not really involved where they're placed. I think he's going to run it through at this stage.
$16. $17.
Not a very workable angle on the blue to get down for a red.
$22.
Tough shot from there on the ready playing cut back red into the right corner. Absolutely nailed to the cushion with the cue ball.
Yeah, it's just gone a bit awry, hasn't it? That's going to happen when you lose position, ideally. But he's keeping potting them.
I know, it's quite a struggle, isn't it, becoming? I'm not sure for how much longer, though, because I don't think that anything pots this time, does it? Seemingly, they're all covering each other. Those all good things have to come to an end.
The chance. 27.
Just wonder if he's given Ali a little shot here to try and hide that cue ball in behind the green here. It looks natural to take the cue ball up there. Well, it wasn't quite how he played it, as obviously tried to slip the cue ball behind it.
All the points Karter's got here in this frame have been from trump fouls. Here's another 4. It was noticeable Trump was trying to keep the break going. The frames he was losing in the first session, they were ones that got a bit bogged down and scrappy, and it didn't kind of suit him. Once again, Zheng Weili pressed into action.
Not a nice shot, this, really. I mean, it's not only the cue ball tying the cushion, but the angle is coming towards the red. You have to catch it really thin. And we got a good view of it this time. Played it much better. So often that's the case, isn't it? Those thin shots. Player seems to just get the line of them on the second attempt. Difficult to say who'll win this frame, but just on the balance of the way the match has gone, you'd kind of slightly favour Karter, because these sort of frames are the ones he's picked up. Oh, this looks a good one as well, doesn't it? Just flicked it on the way through, otherwise he'd have been in all kinds of trouble. Cue ball's been drawn to that green ball, almost like there's a magnet down there, but of course they're aiming in behind it. Push the red on this time. So good at those, Judd Trump. I mean, they're not hanging over the pocket, those reds, and the distance between cue ball and object ball is probably as far as you can get on a table. But he knocks them all in.
Five. The trump 5.
Yeah, having to be patient in this frame, just where the balls are. There's no rule that says you have to win every frame in one visit, of course. It's about sometimes just playing the percentages, trying to make things hard for your opponent, earn another chance. Hampered him here over the green. Oh, now something in his eye line. And yeah, he's he's made his feelings clear on that.
Oh, pretty nasty shot to have to play right over the top of the green like that.
There's one thing you can never say about Ali Karter, and that's that he doesn't care. He clearly does. He's a very competitive animal. Trump showing the other side to his game here. Could have been away there. Had the red gone in.
Yeah, it's one of these frames. We've seen all these big breaks, but you know, you get 35 or something from a situation with the balls like this, and you'd be more than happy with it. Context of that frame, that would be a sizable break.
One.
And that looks okay where he's landed. Again, I'm not sure exactly how many he could chisel out from this position.
Four. Five.
Yeah, it's hard graph this. Obviously black, no good. Pink, not great either. So it's just trying to earn another opening to maybe make a few and then put your opponent in some difficulty. Well, that's changed things. That's a mistake from Trump.
Yeah, and he's got a lead of 11 points. Again, you wouldn't normally be worried about that, but that could be significant. But this is a chance of some kind. Still feel that the red by the pink is hampering both players, taking the pink out of the equation a little. So I wonder if here he might just think of nudging it just for the future. Well, don't think he played it anyway. He didn't get it. But playing on that red, I mean, you can only use the blue at this stage. So there must be some thoughts about opening up one or two of the high value colours. Don't know what the next option is really. It's playing up the table on something low value.
Seven.
And here we are again with a position of, you know, the frame and the chances just drying up.
Twelve. Thirteen.
Amazing, isn't it? He keeps getting absolutely perfectly on the blue. Now what does he play? He could. The other thing he could do, he could screw just to miss the red and the pink on the left side as we look, and just go into the two reds. But he has to get something on. He's played good shots to get on the blue nicely and give this opportunity to himself. Very slender lead.
18.
The last red in any open play is just about to be potted. Well, meant to have been potted. I don't think he... Easy afterwards, isn't it? I feel like he could have been a little bit more adventurous there, taken more of a risk. Didn't achieve an awful lot with what he was doing, skirting around the issue of the safe reds without even getting them open.
One. Four. 5.
Well, we know that he's got some special shots in his repertoire that maybe other players can't play. I wonder if he's got a cannon in him on the 2 reds now, because it takes some playing in and out of bulk on the blue, around the angles maybe. Good effort.
Ten.
It's not always the most memorable frames that are the most important. This one has been very scrappy, but it feels huge right now.
10.
Three points in it. Sort of frame certainly earlier on Karter was winning in that opening session. Towards the end of it, he got quite dragged out.
Foul.
Did look as if he was a bit far away
Number
from
4.
that, that low view. That he was ever going to hit it off the cushion. I suppose he was rather do it that way than hit too much of the red and leave it on in open play. Key is you can see plenty of the red, so this time we have to make a better effort. Yeah, that's what he tried the first time. Significant frame now, I think, the length of it and the fact that there's been no breaks of any note at all. You know, whoever wins it, and if it's because Judd, then it'll give him a bit of heart, really, because this afternoon a few of these frames went against him and in favour of Ali.
Yeah, what's helped Karter is that 20 of the points he's got have been from fouls in this frame. So that's helped the fact that it's so close. One out. A chance for Trump. First big error for a while, that.
Immediately your thoughts are on the last red and not finishing too straight on it, because you're going to need to get out for a colour. And so this next shot is important. It's a bit of an angle, if possible, on the red. The way Judd is, he's got enough cue power. If it is quite straight, he could do something with that. But even then, you'd rather not have to. It makes the pot more missable if you have to really whack it along the cushion.
7. Eight.
So what do you do here? Absolute guaranteed snooker, or roll the pink in. I think if you were virtually straight on the pink, you'd definitely go for it. get the feeling he's still going for it. Very good shot. I think most players now would still go for the pop there. There would be a few who perhaps would have dropped in behind the pink, but perhaps they're a dying breed in the game these days.
So he needs yellow, green and brown.
16.
Different sort of frame to the other ones he's won tonight. Much more tactical sort of frame he was losing earlier on. Just that one error in the end from Karter set this chance up. Trump just checking the maths. If he pots the brown, Karter needs a snooker. Every frame counts the same, but sometimes it's the manner in which you win them, and he's really had to dig in here, rely on safety, patience, discipline. Ultimately, he potted a good pink as well to get on the yellow. And he's just 2 frames now from the title. Longest frame of the evening so far. It's gone to Judd Trump. So Judd Trump leads 8-6. It's first to 10 to become Wuhan Open champion. There are 13 players who have won back-to-back ranking events. Judd Trump's one of them. But to win back-to-back, week to week, in different parts of the world, that is some achievement if he pulls it off. And again, and I mentioned him last week, his brother Jack deserves credit because, of course, he's done all the work in terms of booking the flights or rebooking them, driving Judd to the airport, just getting him on the plane, getting him in the right frame of mind to want to be here. And he's a modest chap, Jack. He doesn't push himself to the front, but he's a key part of the Trump team for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. He keeps in the background, doesn't he? You're not looking for anything, but he's just there for his brother and does a great job with him, I think. It's very easy for people to almost want to be in the limelight, reflected glory, but he's certainly not somebody like that.
Yeah, and he also understands the game because he was a junior player himself, so he can sort of help on that side. But obviously, when you're out there, it's down to you. Ali Karter on the back foot again here, 8-6 down. Yeah, one of Carter's problems here is that Trump's safety game's been good as well. It's not like he's been leaving him easy chances. And right now he needs some sort of chance to get going himself.
I think it's very hard to survive at the top level if you don't have a very good safety game these days. You get found out if you're deficient in that capacity, I think. Say that was a little fortunate. I don't believe he could have known the cue ball was going to head behind the brown.
Foul and a miss.
Never looked likely to reach. And quite honestly, to leave that red on as well. It's not insignificant that he played that shot as poorly as that. Sometimes if you don't reach a ball, nothing comes of it. But to finish short and leave that red available, that was quite a big error from Judd.
Yes, and it's given Karter a chance to have first real go in this frame. Okay, the black's not great at the moment, but he's got some sort of chance to build up a lead.
Eight. Karter 8.
Well,
Judge up 5.
he didn't play it brilliantly. You know, you can say, well, he's gone it off again, he's very unfortunate, but actually the target was to hit smack on the pink, and he hit half ball, and the cue ball can easily fly off into a pocket. So it was not perfectly executed that time. He had some bad luck earlier this evening when he potted a blue and knocked a red in. That was a slightly different story to that last shot.
Yeah, and now he's back on the back cushion again, which is where he spent a bit of time this evening. There's a lovely trophy in the background, very distinctive for this Wuhan Open. Well, it's maybe not as bad as he first feared. He sort of swiped his cue because the cue ball collided with the blue. You can see he's not a happy chappy at the moment.
Well, I'm not even sure, did he overcut that or did he miss it on the way up? We're probably not going to get a replay to find out, but either way, it was a misjudgment. Well, things have tightened up now, and we kind of thought that might happen after the mid-session with the race to 10 becoming a little edgy affair. Sometimes the breaks dry up and the tension ramps up.
One.
I wonder if you think about the black to the middle, it's not a very nice shot to have to face up to. But even then, I mean, any safety shots are not that easy to play either. It'd be tempting to go for it, but this could easily be missed. I mean, it's really, there's a chance that you could glance off it for safety if you're not sure. Yeah, well, he's saying it turned left instead of right. Could hit the right side of it thin, but I understand why he chose not to. Yeah, I don't know if it did roll off.
One.
Well, had the black gone in, because we'll never know what he would have gone on to make. But the fact is, it has opened the door for some sort of chance for Trump.
It has. That wasn't one of his better shots, though. I think he wanted to be further up the table, straighter on the pink, or possibly an angle on the black. He didn't really want to play the black because it will go back onto its spot and be tied up by the red to the left of it. So he played on the pink, but not quite this angle. It's all right, though.
Yeah, a little bit of the fluency's gone out of the match because it's got scrappy. So it's just added to a little bit of tension, I think, in the air. And obviously we're getting close to the end now with a big title on the line.
Eight.
This time he feels forced to play the black. Don't think the pink was into a full pocket there with the black just to the edge of the line of the pink, so that's why he had no real choice but to play it.
15.
Black might be potable from up the table a little bit. In fact, it's not so bad.
$16. $22. $23.
Awkward from there, the black. A couple of reds definitely in the line of fire.
Third. $31.
Well, you wouldn't exactly call it an open table, would you? I mean, this is hard work. He's just grafting out some sort of lead here.
Green ball.
Yeah, and he just doesn't fancy any value in continuing. Not happy with that one. But the break's over.
The chance. 31.
Well, if that rolled off to the left, that would suggest that also Ali Carter's black went the same way. Potentially, anyway.
Another tight frame, really. He's 23 in it, okay, but where the balls are, he's going to take some winning.
Must say, I haven't seen anyone really make any complaints or show any surprise about the roll of this table all week. It's played well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the standard of snooker across the board, as I said, the century Trump had tonight, that's the 100th in the tournament, including the ones that were made in the UK. Was Ali Carter still joint top of the high break league, 145 with Aaron Hill.
He's, again, shocked by something there, surprised by something. As if it didn't go straight again. Maybe the pressure's just getting to these two a little bit. That wouldn't be a surprise. It's not a good shot, is it? Let's be honest. The red came too close to the top right pocket for that.
One.
It's a very handy lead in the context of a frame like this that Judd has got. 24 points seems nothing. May not turn out to be enough, but right now it makes him favourite for this frame as to the ball stand. And this would propel him to within a frame if he could win this frame somehow, anyhow. I don't think he'll mind too much how he gets this one on the board. It's another one of those. Just win it. Don't worry about anything else.
Four.
Well, the intent was clear there, but he was unable to open those reds.
8.
He's a modern player, Trump, having to play an old school game here. It's bits and pieces stuff in this frame.
The chance. 8.
Played another good shot though. You're right. You know, he's had to graft when you wouldn't associate it with him necessarily.
Something he's learned though over the years. You know, he's become a very disciplined player, an all-round player, but hasn't sacrificed the flamboyance and flair that people love him for.
It's got to be a bit careful here that in playing this escape, he doesn't end up leaving that red to the right middle. That's the one that's out on its own. No, that's fine. He hasn't done so. Although Judd is going to put distance between cue ball and these 5 reds here. He definitely will stay holding all the aces, the ace in the pack, but he's definitely in with a big chance of extending his lead the way things are. I think Ali might have been looking for something more promising when he came to the table. Don't know if the red even goes. A few suspicious looks at some noise coming from the stands again.
Yeah, he was never sort of comfortable on the shot. He got the rest out eventually. So Ali Karter, he didn't play a good shot, but he's getting good support here, isn't he, from the crowd? We would love to see an even closer final. Work to do, though.
One.
Indeed. Now, this green certainly has the angle to take him down towards that red by the black spot, which would be a start getting on that one. More to be done afterwards, of course.
Four. Five.
Well, big moment this if he can somehow get these reds in play. Oh, can he? Wow, that so easy to get a double kiss on that shot, or the reds barely moved, but he could not have played it better.
12.
This is as good as it gets in this cannon. Look at this. Brought all 3 reds into very good positions.
And I'm convinced he thought he'd done the frame when he left the chance to the yellow pocket. He feared the worst. Now it's in his hands to pull back to 8-7.
13.
I'd be annoyed there. That's not a good shot all of a sudden. Now there's more riding on this next colour than there probably should be.
Yes, he's put himself under it a bit here. 18 behind. If he misses this and leaves the lot on, it could be 9-6. Big shot, this. Very clean pot from Ali Karter.
$15.
When the year began, 2023, he was in the doldrums a bit. He was out of the 16. Sort of gone off the radar a little bit, but of course that German Masters victory changed everything.
16.
Was runner-up in the Players' Championship as well. Fighting hard here in this final as he attempts to win a third ranking title in mainland China.
26.
He's just got to watch himself here with the positioning of the brown and blue, make getting on the yellow and then on the green difficult because they're kind of shielding the centre of the table where you'd want to be in position. So he's just got to be watchful of that. Might even be a bigger problem on the green if he plays it conventionally into his own pocket. See how he goes about this. Well, that's one way. He's gone onto the yellow, into the green pocket. Maybe he'll do the same
31.
with the green. That's one way of resolving the issue.
$33.
I can tell you these are tough shots these days now. Red, green off its spot or yellow into the middle. Very accurate you've got to be on these. It's a missable shot.
Ali Karter.
I don't think it ever used to be quite as missable as it is these days. Crucially, it's given Trump another chance.
Well, it's not the last frame of the final, but it feels by far the most significant. He had his chance there. You could see from the angle there wasn't much pocket to go at, but it was actually wide. It didn't catch the near jaw. This is the shot, isn't it, really? Position from green to brown. If he gets on the brown, surely it's going to be 9-6.
$3.
And the cue ball's travelling. They have played it like that. If so, it's a good shot, but the priority was to get beyond the pink on the way through, which he managed.
$7.
Just got to keep his cool here. Looks a natural to get down for the pink, and it's seemingly a very significant frame, this one.
Yes, just the pink. It's not the fatal blow, but it is a hammer blow for sure, because Karter had it in his hands. He missed the green. Judd Trump has made the little clearance. A huge frame to win in this Wuhan Open final. It gets him to within one.
From a 16. Ali Karter to break.
Starts with not leaving anything from the break-off. And you could see Karter looking quite anxiously as he was breaking off there, where everything was going to finish.
Oh dear, that's very much an unforced error. Yeah, the last couple of frames, yeah, you would have probably made Ali Karter favourite to win them both the way they've panned out, because he's more adept usually at taking frames like that.
1.
I think when Judd, he's just got winning ways, Judd, at the moment, hasn't he? You know, he's won last week, he's played well here, chance to win back-to-back ranking events. He's full of confidence and he feels that he can win frames in multiple ways, I think, right now. Especially important ones, like the last two, they've been huge frames.
5.
Now, can he
6.
just step up and get the match won in style without the aid of it being a long, scrappy affair? Because it wouldn't really be a reflection of the match or this tournament if it continued along those lines. It's been a terrific week and been an excellent final.
$11. 12. $19. 20.
This could be one of those, the angle is such that it's one cushion with a lot of topspin and cue speed into the bunch. Yeah, that's what he's tried. Oh, great effort. What a shot that is. It's so difficult to play it because the cue ball's never going to be travelling at huge speed, but Judd has got such a whip in that cue action. He can make the balls
26.
absolutely zoom. Thinking about that shot, the last thing I'll say on it, most players would have executed the shot well, but the Reds wouldn't necessarily have split very much. But as I say, Judd's speed is something else.
Well, what happened at the end of the last frame definitely set the pattern for what happened at the start of this frame, and now it's in Judd Trump's hands. Back in 1990,
41.
Stephen Hendry in successive weeks won ranking titles in China and then Dubai. In 2002, Mark Williams did it in China and Thailand. A week ago, Judd Trump was in Brentwood in Essex, many thousands of miles away from Wuhan. We weren't absolutely sure he was going to get on the plane and the train to get here, but he did. And look at him now. He's got a chance to win ranking title number 25 in fine style. Proving again what a great player he is, what a great competitor, and ultimately what a great champion.
$57.
He still needs attention with the rest. Yeah, well, it nearly wriggled in. It didn't look in on the way, it nearly wriggled in, so not over yet.
And that is a huge roar for Ali Karter to drag his way back into this frame and match. I think Judd had slightly divided concentration. The red was tricky, like as you pointed out, and the gap that he was getting the cue ball through needed to be thought through. It was all a little too much for him.
Yeah, and it was interesting, his reaction as he sat down. He looked really disappointed because it was a golden chance to win. He may not get another one in this frame, and who knows what could happen after that.
Nine.
So it's to be the plant. Reds are
16.
kind of nice distance apart. I don't know if they're dead in line. Well, they're not far off. So it just aimed to pop the first red, basically.
17.
Definitely the crowd have come alive. They're behind him. They want this final to continue.
Yeah, I'm sure Ali Karter in his chair was sort of almost preparing what he was going to say, you know, in defeat in the interview. It's not lost yet.
24.
Yeah, those couple of reds that are going to be left when he puts this bottom one.
31.
They're a little awkwardly placed. Nothing major. Certainly to the middle, one of them will pot. He's looking at that now. But to the corner pockets, not so.
Nine.
Big shot, huge.
Well, remember, in the last 32, he was 3 down with 4 to play against Stuart Bingham. 4-1, turned that round. This looked over, didn't it? It looked over as Trump was going about his business, but missed that red with the rest, and Ali Karter has it in his hands to extend the final to at least one more frame. And this is where you see the best qualities of Karter. The chance has come along. You can see the determination in him to take it. Something's going to have to go very wrong soon to stop him.
46. 47.
It's not played to perfection, but it should be okay. Normally a little straighter and behind the yellow than this from that black. Yeah, he only just got there. I think the shot before unnerved him ever so slightly.
$59.
This is the last shot that can go wrong if you finish the wrong side of the blue.
$63.
And that is what he's done. That is what he's done. Now the pink, it's going to be more difficult than it should be.
68.
Still just a glimmer for Judd.
Trump was looking good to get it one. He missed to this pocket with the rest. Karter needs the pink. And it's not there. Yeah, he wasn't ideal on the blue, as you say. He left himself a more difficult pink.
68.
Wow.
I think he tried to just ignore it as if it hadn't happened, you know. He putted the brown over screwed and it just got on with the blue and didn't even think about it, like it didn't go wrong. Carry on business as normal, but you know, the pressure does mount and it was all too much at the end.
So Trump needs pink and black. Karter needs the pink. That's where we are. Well, who needs a box set when you've got the snooker? More drama in a big final. Crowd living every second of it.
It's quite an acute pot to the middle pocket, this one. I wondered if he might consider the double to the opposite. But is the one.
But this time it's in. It was out of his hands when he missed it initially. He was so relieved to get the chance. So 9-7, Judd Trump had his chance to win 10-6. It looked like Ali Karter may have missed his chance to win the frame. He did miss the pink, but he got a second go at it. He went in. And, well, the crowd was getting so involved as well. It really has become a bit of a thriller. Obviously, Trump's still favourite, but the fact is the final continues. Remember, they're playing for the first prize of $140,000 and that lovely Wuhan Open trophy.
Yeah, it was very noticeable. I would have thought that there was a majority of Judd Trump fans generally at this game. Certainly at Chinese venues in the past, he's received a lot of support, but Ali Karter got the chance to clear up there. There was a huge roar. And I think it was just, as we often see, where they're enjoying the final so much, they want to see more of it, basically, these supporters, which is great. It's all great for the game.
Hang on. Oh, that red was going towards the yellow pocket. It wasn't too close initially.
No, it was ill-directed, David. You're right, and the fluke probably wouldn't have been deserved, although he might have not have been the greatest to run of the ball all day, actually. I'm not sure that's been a huge factor, but perhaps one frame could have gone the other way.
Well, there's a lot of nervous energy in the room now, and of course that applies to both players. It makes a difference when there's an atmosphere. You know, there have been tournaments in the past in China that for various reasons have not been that well attended, but it's been brilliant this week, and the hall is absolutely packed for the final, and it's helped to create this wonderful atmosphere. Just reminding the players how important this match is. Trump with another chance, though.
8.
Well, he's not perfect here at all. He's got the red thin over a whole pack, basically, or most of the reds. You can miss it. The cue ball could go back into the reds if he's not careful. Like that. It's just...
9.
It was just a horrible shot, actually, because you can pot it and finish on nothing, miss it and leave everything. It's going back to what you're saying. I mean, surely this is the template for how tournaments should be played. It's certainly here in China. I mean, keep the ticket prices manageable and you'll get terrific crowds, because we often used to hear that the events are very well supported, but we didn't used to see it. How has that stayed out? I mean, he played it slowly to ensure that he would block the pocket had he missed it. But when he got as close as that, he didn't want to miss it at all.
He couldn't believe it didn't drop, could he? He was absolutely aghast. Trump there.
Yeah, what's he found here? Sort of a combination, almost, rather than a plant. I think that maybe a 9-ball pool player might be trying to unearth from the bunch. I think he decided it's not going to happen.
It's amazing how the energy can change. I mean, it looked like a sort of victory lap when he was in the last frame, Trump. He was going nicely, got up to 57, just left himself slightly awkward on the red, missed it, and then suddenly, it's not quite Shredsville, as Jimmy would put it, but it's got very nervy.
No, well, surely not. Surely not. I suppose, look, it's not the end of the world, actually. I mean, there might be a red to the middle, which would cause Ali a big problem, but it's just 5 points at this stage. Does the red go through the gap? It certainly does. Maybe it will end up being costly. I don't think he was overly concerned about the cue ball going over that pocket, but maybe he didn't realise the red went past the bulk colours.
Three.
Short of pace. There's some of the red sticking out. Is there enough to allow the pot? It must be tight. He's actually looking at the direct pot here. That red through the smallest of gaps. deciding that all those options were
The trump. 3.
too much of a risk. And that's absolutely opened up the frame now. So many reds in potable positions.
Yeah, and that could be a massive mistake. It's handed Trump another opening.
Well, it's as good a chance as you'll ever get to win a tournament. This is, the balls are everywhere. Previous safety shot brought it on, but look at this table. I mean, he may come back to the table, Ali, but I think the way he was sort of sinking in that chair, he knows that maybe that is it.
Yes, it could be finally one mistake too many. Been a fascinating match. Of course, Karter finished the first session really strongly, but then there was a break, and that definitely helped Trump just clear his mind. Came out really fighting hard tonight. Quite a few big breaks in the early frames to get the lead back. He's got very tense in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, but he's where he wants to be, at the table. The ball's in open play with a chance to get it won again.
9.
These tournaments are hard to win. They're obviously tests of technique and skill and everything that's happening on the table, but also the mental side as well. The emotions, the way they change. It's all part of the skill of being a top player and handling it all. Judd Trump did so last week from behind, of course, in the final against Jangander, 7-3. In this final, he's trying to repel any late charge from Karter. One way to do that is to pot enough here to get it won.
14. 15. 20.
Yes,
21.
well, the chance wasn't converted in the last frame when he got 57. But really, just look at the table. There's still many inviting reds on show.
$26.
He's got to make sure he gets an angle on his colour here. A couple of reds are in the way of position, but
27.
took the safe route and went down to bulk. Well, that kiss won't do him any harm. Not what he played, I'm sure.
29. 30.
Well, they had to wait 19 months between ranking title 23 and 24. It looks like 7 days from 24 to 25, joining some stellar company. Mark Williams, of course, who won a fortnight ago at the British Open to get to 25. Be level with him.
37.
3 behind the great Steve Davis.
$38.
Just a little bit more to do, though, still. Wrong side of the blue. He's got to make the cue ball travel in and out of bulk. Of course, that red out in open play on the right is the one he'll be targeting, I think. He goes down the right side of the table. There's another red into the left corner, the bottom one of the three. But he must avoid bulk colours, whichever red he plays on.
Well, it's the key shot now. He just needs one more red after the blue.
He's played it well, hasn't he? He's got a choice of reds. And I think if he just pots this and goes on to win, it's one of the best achievements I've seen for a long time, to win back-to-back. Of course, the irony is a lot of people have complained, and rightly, about the scheduling, but you know, Judd has made this journey from one side of the world to the other, and he's succeeded.
Well, it's a good decision to get on that plane.
51.
What an extraordinary fortnight for Trump.
52.
And when he was in trouble last week, he fought back. Here today, he kept his resolve when Karter was making things difficult. Could have won 10-6, but has just focused on this frame. Be fascinating now to see in the weeks to come
59.
what more damage he can do. Northern Ireland's a week away. Some big tournaments to follow. Is he going to have another golden season like the one when he was winning 5-6 ranking titles? All the pressure off now. The crowd have been treated to a dramatic match here and a great week of snooker. Judd Trump, have Q, will travel. Brentwood a week ago, Wuhan here today, the same result. He's the champion.
65.
Yes, good words, Dave. Good to see him playing well again.
66.
If you go back to the World Championships, I didn't hear of anyone tipping Judd to win it, which is amazing when you think of what he's achieved at the game in the last 7 or 8 years. No one really fancied him. He didn't win it. And I wondered if he was just losing
71.
his edge a little bit, but the last fortnight has proved he's still got it. He's still the real deal.
72.
Yeah, and there's still time for one last century. Just to close this wonderful event, first ever Wuhan Open. It's been so well supported by the crowds.
78.
We've had some dramatic matches, but we've got a familiar winner.
8.
We did say last week, didn't we, the floodgates could open. Well, that certainly happened. Might have to invest in a new mantelpiece with a lot of trophies still to contend this season.
$87.
He's a special talent,
92.
and he's turned into a great champion. And when this chance came, he took it superbly.
98.
So the black to end the final, to end the tournament with a century. He's 32nd of the season. And what a season for Judd Trump, and what a fortnight. English Open champion 7 days ago. He made the trip to China, and he has won the inaugural Wuhan Open.
Okay, now the checkboard.
Yeah, he's got the big check of 140,000.
我们武汉公开赛冠军奖金是14万英镑。有请陈群和我们的冠军特鲁波普合影留念。好的，感谢陈群，感谢各位领导。